前往努巴尼。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
本我不拘于形。
哈哈，开始超载！
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
有机会休息一下，大概也就一下吧。 继续战斗吧！我受到攻击，你可以大开杀戒了。
没有人能逃出我的双眼。
释放你的力量，没人拦得住我！英雄永不消失。
红光普照。
马博，快点上！机甲系统就绪。
一起来说，你射的真准！那是我亲手打爆的。
马博，快上啊！
我手感正好。
心灵降服。
让我来治疗，小心背后！
我要献上最热烈的欢迎！
心怀祥和。
来 nerf 这一招啊！
熟能生巧。敞开心扉。
目标已被敌人占领，阻止目标前进。没有人能
继续战斗吧！谁快来治疗我？
开工了！
炸弹来了！让我来治疗。机甲启动。出招完毕。可以大开杀戒了。 不消逝。
我要见证
我超神的啦！
感谢你。伤口在哪里？
发现敌人了！
让我来治疗。炸弹来了！回来战斗吧！
来 nerf 这一招啊！快把赶快！
体悟心灵祥和。
我打爆呢！
求招完毕。
老伯，快点上！
痛楚是绝佳的导师。
启动自爆程序。机甲着装。
愿你平安。
你的伤害提升了。
敞开心扉，吸取教训，方成大事。
没有人能逃出我的双眼。
力量达到极限。
休息时间。敌人正在攻击我。
还剩60秒。
炮塔
超神的啦！
没有人躲得过我的双眼。
不痛不痛。
你的内心混乱。
鲍勃，快上啊！英雄永不消逝。
将全力运作。我要热烈的欢迎。
大刀攻击！
机甲
释放你的力量。
不者死。
鲍勃，快点上！
上场。还剩10秒。来 nerf 这一招啊！快把赶快！
反击不
胜利。精彩重播。
Pharmacy is still up into the air. Color
Huge hack.
a couple rockets, and Carpe will be able to finish them off with the help of EQO. Minefield comes in from Fusions to try to zone them back. Mirage unable to find any kills, and Sato taken down. Poco's playing forward here onto the card, has that bio nade to empower that healing onto him. Still having struggles getting onto the point. Here for the Philadelphia Fusion. Now the EMP hits from RCK, manages to find 3. Poco's taking a nap. An extra hack now on the Neptuno. The bubble from Sato barely manages to save the Mercy's life. Sato himself going to be jumping forward. The Bionade comes through. He'll be taking down on Fusions. Poco nearly out of the mag. Direct hit
Great
from
shot.
EQO. Manages to find Blase, and the res has already been burned. Kelix only bringing in RCK. Carpe is going to be eliminated by Color Hex down on the ground. All out chaos, but Boston Uprising have been the constant. They have still been maintaining control of the point.
It's another one of those fights. Carpe, EMP's second. He's swapping over the Tracer. He can't compete with RCK anymore, not in terms of initiation.
Another bomb lopped in, but unable to find anything. No one really nearby. Primal ranges the Nano in desperation. Used on Sato. The Slick Gun connects from Aim God. He manages to stay alive. Point still being capped, but now going to be contested. Fusion goes forward. Manages to find Boombox. Drop down Blase. Oh no! Uses the Mirage point blank on top of Poco. And Fusions is going to get picked by the self-destruct. The flip comes in at 99%. Fusion back in control.
Philly fans sigh relief. There is a chance to bring this to a third round, but they still have Carpe on the Tracer. He did very minimal damage. He rushed back to the point to help contest, but they're going to have the same EMP problem they've been facing all round long to contest with here as soon as RCK gets that last 30%, and nothing in the world can stop that from happening.
Hack now on to Poco. They want to get him out of the mech. Unable to do so. Can't quite get the damage in. Sato going in deep into the back, and RCK
That's a huge
down.
pick.
Carpe coming up clutch.
That's what
for
can stop
his
it from
team.
happening.
91% to 99 now. Kellick's going to be eliminated. Boombox taken out as well.
They need that EMP. They need it.
Neptuno's going to be gone. There's no support sound for the side of the Philadelphia Fusion, and Poco and Sato are both down below half. Fusion's zipping his way in.
Huge
Color X! It's dumped by EQO. Instantly takes him down. Boston on the point, trying to get the cap. Barrage coming through. EQO manages to find 2. Blase comes in from behind, takes him down, but now Fusions is out of the fight. Carpe dumps the pulse bomb. It's right into the front, and RCK, he stands directly on top of it. And we've got one more round of Ilios to decide it all.
Look at EQO's face. I mean, he deserves to be praised. He deserves to be happy. He came up with so many critical eliminations, including that direct rocket hit onto Blase, blows up Color Hex there at the end. He is not messing around. If you give him the opportunity to play the Pharah, he is going to do just great at it. And
yeah.
I mean, so many of those eliminations he got really shut down the Uprising's opportunities to fight around EMP, to get the EMP online. This is where it could get scary. We could see more of a mirror here on Well. Uprising will start with the Widow Pharah. Looks like they want to commit in. They have to scout, of course, what Fusion are doing before they could react. Fusion is willing to go into the Winston Zarya Goats composition here, which has been, you know, honestly, it's been hit or miss throughout this season for them. Playing around Sato's strengths, but going against the grind of the meta.
Lane swaps again coming through from the Boston Uprising in reaction to what the Philadelphia Fusion are bringing forward. So Color Hex swapping back over onto that Zarya.
So there's a good map for Winston compared to the others.
Cap comes in. Fusion in control, but I mean, from what we've seen so far in Ilios, it's not going to last very long. It's been some very fast flips back and forth over and over again. Blase playing up. Get that healing rolling. Passive coming through. Cap getting ready to come in. Fusion tagged back over onto the point. Fusion's playing forward, trying to build up for that primal range. He's just a little bit further behind Sato here at the moment. Carpe currently sitting at about 100 energy.
Great tags onto the point from Fusion. They're delaying this so perfectly. Just tagging only when the contest comes through.
Yep, 33% right now, nearly taking down the front line. Carpe just lobbing in those right clicks. Poco, however, going to be the first one to fall, loses the mech, but RCK immediately traded out. Poco, both in the pilot form, comes up clutch by taking down his enemy Diva. Fusion's jumping forward, an Orb of Harmony from Aim God, not going to be enough. EQ will get sent into the pit, but Fusion still maintain control, now above 50%
and they're
on
winning,
the board.
They're winning the mirror. You know, the toughest thing for them so far in this series to do, and they're crushing it right now. Frappé's grab versus Aim God's Trance, that's really going to be the big thing in this next fight. They're waiting till the last second to fight it.
One thing that they're down at the moment is going to be the rally. Boston, get ready to have that one. Color Hex, oh no, he gets his grab taken away. Poco says nay, gets that D-Matrix up, and now they finish off the Zarya in response. Sato pops the Primal Rage, jumping into the back, looking for somebody to knock into that well. Kellex manages to find EQO again, but this time Neptuno also finds Blase, so a trade on the Brigidas comes through. Neptuno going to get picked by that self-destruct. RCK trying to put them back into the fight, but Aim God going to be taken down. Kellex under fire, down to about half HP. It's 90% of the board for the Philadelphia Fusion. Poco using the self-destruct, tosses it right up by the entrance, makes his way back into the MAC, and RCK has been eliminated again. 99%. They managed to tag in. Fusions is back, but does not have a primal range. Rally rolling, grab comes through from Carpe, and he's still high energy on the Zarya. Gets straight in behind the break shield. They take him down. And OT starts dwindling away, and that should be it. No one can tag in. Boston Uprising, they get so darn close to taking him down. But Philadelphia Fusion, they come up clutch again in map 5.
That was a game-winning and potentially a series-winning absorbed by Poco on the Graviton Surge. The only tool the Uprising had. You can see Color Hex not so happy with how the result goes in the end. His grab was eaten, and that's one of those moments that's going to define your inability to team fight, is losing the only ultimate that you can really operate around. EQO play the game of his life there on the end, bringing it back on the far in dire situations for them, especially on Lighthouse.
Match win streak, which is quite an uptick for you guys. So now that you're climbing the stage ranks and the overall season ranking, do you think that playing more DPS recently has been your key to success?
Yeah, I think so. Recently we have been playing teams that are pretty good against DPS, but we know Boston plays a lot of GOATs counters, and so we thought that playing DPS against them would be more effective, and so we put a lot of practice into the match today.
And as we've seen, practice makes perfect, so congratulations. And this season is kind of feeling reminiscent of last season.
欢迎来到乐色镇，做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
真了啦！
距离主攻还有30秒，待在我的屏障附近，提高生还的几率。
照规则走，有什么好玩的？惹到高手，只有死路一条。
帮你恢复。4、确认。3、2、1。
知道。
启动屏障。恢复吧。
回来战斗吧！
请尽快移动屏障。建议你移动到我的屏障后面。
有敌人！
来到垃圾镇的世界，都会变成废铁。别说我没警告招蓄力。正在指挥目标。
释放你的力量。臣服于我的意志，我不会让你死的。
正在帮局招蓄力。目标下来了，目标安起来了，开始移动。见过当时比更高的，换一个
英雄永不消逝。
我强化你了，上吧。
有什么好玩的？照规则走，照规则走，惹到高手，只有
你有几次真的吓到我了？
目标雷达检查已完。
来，
欢迎来到废铁场，
小心后面。
正好正在将目标。Hello，
让我来治疗你。启动增伤光束。
臣服于我的意志。
注意背后。系统出现错误。目标正在移动，没事，快来支援！电磁脉冲波正在累积能量。
等会儿可能用得到。
嗨。
汲取教训。
正在护送目标，请求支援。
释放你的力量。
集合，发动特殊攻击。
你还不能死。
胜利。精彩重播。
正义从天而降。
双杀。
Welcome back to map 5.
我强化你了，上吧。
Which is exciting as new players were arriving, so now with a week of practice, their coaches have now been here for a week as well. And the rest of the season is about rebuilding for the Florida Mayhem, experimenting with their roster, figuring out what the team's direction is going to be moving forward for the rest of this year and particularly for next year. So I'm kind of excited. I think we'll see a lot of experimentation. Always excited to making changes, right? So Florida is right? So let's take a look at the stage standings. The Spark in a great spot right now. 5-1 plus event. They really have a chance to jump ahead of Titans and take that. Yes, stage 3 at least. And Mayhem is not good
前往福斯凯亚工业区，做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
本我不拘于形。
距离进攻还有30秒，
完全不觉得冷。
熟能生巧。胜负未决。 敞开心扉。 生巧。
有敌人，快救兵卫！感受毁灭的力量，守护天使在此。过来！
好嘞。
化逆境为转机。朋友，我们同心协力，
在我面前屈服吧！释放你的力量，我要来痛扁你们了！各位英雄，站起来！战斗还没结束。
对决吧！
敌人设置了一座炮塔。
化逆境为转机。
小美前来报道。
鲍勃，快上啊！
还一个音。
还剩60秒。
心灵祥和，命运之路。最大的敌人就是自己。占领标，
会痛1分钟而已。
现在不进攻的话，就前功尽弃了。
绝佳的导师。
还剩10秒，不能让他们得逞！大家加油，快攻击！
痛楚是绝佳的导师。
失败。精彩重播。双杀。
Decent performance for the Florida Mayhem. They've been trending upwards after getting their second win. It would have been hard. They now have the least number of wins as an organization in the league, I believe. I think they did drop below.
命运指引我，与天地合一为一体。最大的敌人就是自己。
即将抵达直布罗陀基地，做好防御准备，选择英雄。
我是破坏大魔神。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
实现我的意志。当心背后！
各位英雄，站起来！
上刀！
拦路敌人又来了！
产牙塔在此。
臣服于我的意志。放上剑！
系统设定为防御模式。
正在搜寻系统。
系
雄站起来！臣服于我的意志。
这个世界值得我们努力保护。
放下武器！
这能阻止他。
各位英雄站起来！
起来吧！
来对决！
臣服于我的意志。
耶！大家加快脚步！我来帮你治疗一下。有人帮我一下吗？
战斗还没结束。
开始加速！
帮你维护。
失败。精彩重播。
禁止进入！遭殃了吧？
请计时。双杀。
Up on that EMP, chance to snowball here for though. I want to be playing aggressively around this nano boost. Need to get it when that EMP is used. Aggression coming in from Spark, trying to use that momentum.
欢迎来到巴黎。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
That's it. Blazing time. Wrong show Spark on that round. Yeah, really fast for the Spark. Definitely a better look for them when it comes to assault and appetite that they have struggled on.
正义必将伸张。大爷，你的手是怎么了？是多少？所以就弄成这样了。
距离进攻还有30秒。现在。 系统目标会是我们的。嘿呀！
普照，来对决吧！
还剩30秒。
还不到放弃的时候啊！回到战斗。
还剩10秒，没时间了。
天国死定！
失败。精彩重播。双杀。
That Graviton Surge.
Nope. It was not in the cards, as fate would have it.
前往他瓦纳。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
本我不拘于形。哼！
激烈运动前要记得先暖身。
哼！
哼！
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
抱歉了。哼！遁入红光。
5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了，阻止目标前进。
的意志。英雄永不消逝。
天物心灵祥和。
继续战斗吧。
我需要是。
你的灵魂焦躁。
还过不过得来？
火力全开！
流星坠。
臣服于我的意志。你还不能死。
别想走。
光。
英雄永不消逝。
化逆境为转机。
臣服于我的意志。
战斗快结束！
火力全。
骄兵必败。
我可以发动暴风雪了。
开心飞。
还剩10秒。
胜利在望，大家都心存敬畏。
英雄永不消逝。
痛楚是绝佳的导师。
我们还需要你。臣服于我的意志。
心灵祥
胜负未决。
吸我的炸弹！
都出了。
我来了。
启动治疗光束，继续战斗吧！小医生，
拿出引动过来。
痛楚是绝佳的导师。
查检查。
怀疑的阴影之中，
我的绝招款就是团长在此，请指教。不错。大家过来接受治疗。可恶！准备进行战斗定。
来进攻了。帮助我不生感激，营造在怀疑的阴影中。
帮我摆脱敌人。
微不足道的挫折，
英雄永不消逝。
臣服于我的意志。
忘了转瞬，物心灵祥和。
还剩60秒。
你还不能死。
失败。精彩重播。
战斗还没结束。
我感觉优势。我的绝招款就是团长在此，请指教。
We'll see if the Florida Mayhem can get back into this game in just a moment.
I started watching some streams of the pros, and the pros were amazing. And one of the biggest guys I saw was awesome was hydration. He was part of the Gladiators.
Suddenly I'm at every game, and
the beautiful LEDs, the cheers of the crowd.
It shields up. It's thunderous applause. It shields up. It's thunderous applause. Clap, clap, stomp. You just have to.
And I've been hooked ever since.
前往尼泊尔。准备战斗，选择英雄。
科学会揭示真理。
我最讨厌跟会说话的废铁合作了。
你好。
Привет. Вискус привет. 5、4、3、2、1。 第一回合，占领目标。
我的传送器已启动。
Hello。
感受毁灭的力量。
发现敌人了。
正在重建后期。
又来了！
现在可占领目标。
这是我的意志。
谢谢。
你好。
科学的进步总是伴随牺牲。帮你回复一下，你的利好是我的了。科学的进步总是伴随牺牲。我来修复你的伤口。
据点是我的了，你们快来！
给你一个来自远方的问候，需要支援。在我面前屈服吧！
招准备上去！
真糟糕！各位英雄，站起来！
正在占领据点。
快就战斗还没结束！火力全开！臣服于我的意志。我还没死。
我站。
实现我的意志。
你好。
我正在修复伤口。
治疗器。
还不死。在我面前屈服吧！现实由我掌控。在
延长赛。
这次是各位英雄，站起来！
对决吧！
第一回合失败。
正 能证明假设是否正确。
比数0-1。
欢迎来到喜马拉雅山。我听到了。
5、4、3、2、1，第2回合占领目标。
强化你的装甲。这是我的意志，交给我吧。敌人在攻击我。我方克服消灭障碍，
双杀。
正在重建游戏，感觉真好，实现我的意志。让我来帮你治疗。有敌人，跟我一起行动。我的意志化为现实，我来协助你。
启动战术。
在我面前屈服吧！帮助我，这是我的意志，帮你治疗了。也会越来越虚弱。你又受伤了，给你一个来自远方的问候。守护天使在此。
英雄 kill。
就是这样。各位英雄，站起来！来我这里，站住，别想走！
禁止进入。
在我面前屈服吧！站住！
我锁定你。
回来了。我来修复你的伤口。我会治疗你。我会彻底消失。我状况正好，所以别来惹我。
比数1-1。
不如一夜春风来，千树万树梨花开。
看我的厉害
！5、4、3、2、1，第3回合占领目标。
看我这招！有敌人，帮你治疗了我的痛，帮助我，让你的力量不断流失。守护天使在此。 要你协助。我要夺走你的力量。我来修复，在我面前屈服吧。
我手感正烫。
帮你治疗了。再来。来我这里。
启动战术锁定。闭着眼睛都打得中。
正在重建你的细胞。臣服于我的意志。
过得来。
还没准备。各位英雄，站起来！正义从天而降。在我面前屈服吧。我得看来你需要你的协助。守护天使在此，站住！别想走！我会彻底消除。帮助我！这个结果在我意料之中。我会找出对方的弱点，拿下他，要占据我的意志，化为现实。我的力量不断流失。动作在我面前屈服吧。
鲍勃，快点上！
我的意志。各位英雄，站起来！正好，这会治疗你。快救命！我会重建你的细胞。这真好，帮我维护一下。
我准备
好了。科学的进步总是伴随牺牲。臣服于我的意志。在我面前屈服吧。这会治疗你。10分胜利。
精彩重播。
我锁定你了。
双杀。
我面前屈服吧！
鲍勃，快点上！延长赛。
我正不向我。 Огонь по готовности!
Ladies and gentlemen, we just saw a map where half of one team did not even get an elimination. It was about as one-sided as you can get, literally as one-sided as you can get with one of the teams attacking first and leading it. It was a record set on attack and then a full hold. Wow. Well.
Moment of silence.
That's right.
For Zephyr's Graviton Surge.
Well, guess what, guys? Like we said, the Spark have clinched their spot in the Stage 3 playoffs. We know that they're going to be 6-1 after this series, but the big part about this is if they get the 4-0 today, then the Titans would have to 4-0 tomorrow
against the Gladiators.
To even tie for the Stage 3 standings. So the Spark might end up being the very top of Stage 3.
Yeah, and if they do, the Titans do control the head-to-head tiebreaker over the Spark. So if they get that 4-0, they will be number one.
Right.
But as it stands right now, you'd think the Gladiators would probably be able to take at least a map off the Titans in their current state.
You'd think so. Like I said, they are 4-2 overall here, so we'll see. It's going to be interesting.
It's gonna be very interesting, but Spark tentatively coming into the stage playoffs as the favorite right now.
Yeah.
Especially after NYXL's performance today, which was underwhelming, you have to say.
You know, they clutched it out at the end, but that was a rough first half of the series for them.
Yeah.
But Dallas played well too.
Dallas definitely played well, but if anything, Dallas has now given other teams a roadmap about how to potentially beat the NYXL, which is also scary for them heading into stage playoffs.
We mentioned that. I mean, Dallas' strategies really were working well
for
a while against New York. I mean, they nearly won that series. Gibraltar was very close. Yeah. Well, we've got a substitution, I believe, coming in to the series. Let's see who it is. It is Sassen.
He's back.
That's right.
He's back
We're on
because
the same page today.
They want to make sure that at least the Titans have the best odds possible for taking first place in the Stage 3 playoffs race.
Yeah.
If I was a Spark, I would not make that change right now. I wouldn't risk it.
Thank you, Mr. Sassen.
Maybe they don't know that it depends on that result tomorrow between the Gladiators and the Titans, so dropping a map may not be in their best interests.
Do you really think it's going to make that big of a difference, though? Let's be honest.
They did get blown out by the Valiant when Sassen was in. They got full held on Volskaya. They were trying a creative strategy that didn't end up working.
I mean, right now, though, the Valiant are a really great team.
Yes.
Right now.
I agree with you.
The Florida Mayhem.
We don't really know what to make of them.
Not a great team.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they, even coming off their first win after a 15-map losing streak. Struggling today, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, it's tough to be tough on them because they, I know it's not tough for you to be tough on them. It's tough for me to be tough on them because they are trying to work some new players in. You know, these are the changes you need to make going forward. Let's compare the tanks. It's kind of sad, as you'd expect.
Well, I mean, it was Reinhardt on Eichenwald in which the Spark thoroughly dominated them in every possible way.
Yeah.
It was as hard as you can dominate a team. So it's not much to make of that, frankly.
How did Fake get 4 final blows on Eichenwald? The team
I do not know. That is incorrect. He definitely did not get 4 final blows on Eichenwald.
Yeah.
Considering the team had 2 final blows.
You're right.
Mysterious.
Somebody's trying to buff the stats for Fate a little bit, I see. Some Fate fans in the control room, apparently.
Well, I mean, Fate did perform pretty well, I think, against Houston. So once the team's a bit more coordinated, maybe we'll have that to look forward to. In the meantime, we're going to Dorado for what's going to be the final map in this very quick series between the Spark and the Florida Mayhem. And the Spark, despite the addition of Sasson, playing to try to get that 4-0 and perhaps the top spot in the stage 3 standings, depending on what happens with Vancouver and the Gladiators tomorrow.
It looks like they, when they take Rhea out, Rhea, as far as we know, not a very flexible player, D.Va specialist. When they have Sasson in, they do have a lot more opportunities to play DPS, to play Roadhog. So choices to be made now. He will be on the Pharah, and they are going to switch over to the Widowmaker now.
Okay.
They don't see a barrier comp, so they're going to switch to the Widow instead of the Hanzo.
And Florida giving them a lot of respect here. That Widowmaker, interesting. And maybe you should be giving the Pharah some respect too, because Rain is already dead. Look at that, they're giving up so much ground, just like that. Oh, Gargoyle. He's gonna need to turn to stone to survive this. He didn't. I told you. I told him. I warned him. I warned him, he didn't listen.
All right, so as we can see right now, Prophet has the league's best full match final blow to death ratio with 10.6, which is crazy.
That's insane.
So Godsby after that last kill is actually 15-1, I'm being told by Stats Lord Captain Planet.
Oh,
There's
16-1.
We'll keep it up, keep up the count. Godsby, don't die. You're crushing the record right now.
Fake gonna get crushed here. Sasson with a fist to the face and a rocket as well to finish him off. Florida Mayhem just kind of trickling onto the payload here.
Oh my, no.
Oh my goodness, this is a beatdown.
Sasson with the death from above, the disrespect, of course.
Yep.
Fly down to punch somebody right on top of the head.
Well.
Who's OP now, Brigitte?
That's right. Just club him with the rocket launcher.
No deaths so far on the side of the Hangzhou Spark.
No.
Godsby disappointingly switching to Brigitte.
Gargoyle on the D.Va now, actually. Making that switch. They've got DPI and the Sombra trying to make it work, but Adora comes in with an EMP. Goodbye, Rain. And now Sasson using that ultimate to pick up another one and to keep that payload going. Goodbye, Fate. Goodbye, Hagopin. Good night, Moon. I don't know. It's starting to sound like a children's book.
We said Good Night Moon a while ago with the Valiant.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Never mind. I tried. Hagopin swapped to Moira for a second, then swapped back to the Ana.
I mean, currently, as it stands, DPI only recently taking over on the Sombra. It's still 0 elims for the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, I can tell you want to say DPay, but no, he's the coach for the Gladiators, not that guy. That Gushwei. He's got the minefield too. Oh, sleep dart! Uh-oh. Can they keep Gushwei alive? Looks like they're more interested in trying to keep Fate alive on the Florida side. Gushwei wakes up. Okay. And Fate, Primal Rage, just trying to separate people. Gushwei did get hacked. It's opportunity, but Sasson comes in. It's Operation Save Private Gushwei. And it looks like they're going to be successful. He's okay. Sasson's just been pretty much untouchable this series too, or this match anyway.
So fun fact, the Florida Mayhem, I believe, are still the only team that has gotten 0 eliminations in a map, which they had last year. And so far, they're on track with 0 eliminations on Dorado.
Dude, I don't know what to say. This is the most brutal beatdown of a series I think I've ever seen.
To be expected. To be expected.
It is, but
given the vast changes within the Florida organization, they're coming into a meta where they wanted to play a lot of 3-2-1 or 3-3.
Yeah.
That coordination takes a lot of time to develop.
Sasson gets hacked. Godsby a little bit low, tries to shield dash away. Gushwei comes on to try to save him, and they got the EMP. A lot of people, there's the barrage. A kill onto DPI. And Sasson, again, there's nobody who can really handle this guy. Who's gonna kill him on the Florida side? Look at this, just going in. You're not supposed to go in that far off your Pharah. Crazy, Adora dies, he ruined it. No, Adora.
Oh, man.
Oh, Adora, you're fired. Gushue gets hacked, he's just like, well, I guess we can all die now.
I was hoping, Doa, because the last time that happened, where we had a map where a team got 0 limbs, it was on Control, where it's much easier to do than on Escort, or really any of the other map types, because they last longer.
Fair enough, yeah. I'll sleep dart onto Saucin. He does get woken up, though. You guys looking for those hacks, trying to find one onto Godsby, but with the shield going up and down, it's really hard to. Rally used by Spark as well as they continue to try to push forward here. And IDK popping the Mercy ultimate. Spark, kind of just doing things, I mean, it is getting a little bit lazy, but eventually they make it back to the payload. DPI gets caught again.
Oh, no.
And they're gonna get the nano boost. Ooh, a lot of that gets absorbed, though, by the defense matrix from Gargoyle. They're back in spawn, though, now. The payload's nearly there. Adora's got the EMP, too. When they try to show their faces, they're all gonna get hacked. Unless DPI can somehow get his and get in there and do it first. He is. He's actually going to get the EMP off before Adora will, and that's a little bit of a missed opportunity for the Spark.
Yeah, still just a little bit further on the payload. They should be able to handle it on their next attack.
Yep. Oh. A DPI, though, heads up play, though, to know that he needed to use that EMP as soon as he got it to try to cut off Adora.
Yeah, now the Florida Mayhem have actually won the last couple of team fights on their defense, stabilized in this game. The problem is when it comes to their ultimates moving forward, Hangzhou says, we're just gonna move over to 3-2-1 right now, preserve Adora's EMP. Obviously, these are very odd roles that we're seeing with Saucin coming in. Godsby, normally that's Zarya or Sombra player. Adora, normally the Brigitte player.
Sombra kind of changing things a little bit. Hangzhou lineup right now. Gushue is gonna take a nap.
That's a nice sleep.
Yeah, got into the shield there. Oh, Gushue in trouble. They have to use the EMP. Trying to keep him up. Fate goes down. They thought they could get aggressive. Both main tanks out of the way now as Gushue falls as well. And they push the payload the rest of the way. The respawns are definitely in favor of Florida right now, though.
Hageman's actually saving this fight.
Yeah. I mean,
just by that flank, he's been flanking the whole time, hitting those sleep darts.
He's one of those players, too, that we have seen put on some pretty good individual performances from Florida. As they go forward, you think, once the coordination starts to appear with these new players, Hageman's going to get room to start making more plays like that.
I mean, Hageman's making this map really now for the Florida Mayhem. They didn't have to use any ults to win that fight because of a couple of really good sleep darts.
Yeah.
And now they got 6 ults here for the last minute. Florida should be able to hold.
Well, they're going to try anyway. A lot of ultimates for the Florida Mayhem. They got to use them well. Nano boost here. Gargoyle going in. The kill onto Gushue. And Hangzhou Spark definitely in a little bit of trouble here. They started point C with something like 4 minutes plus in the time bank. And Florida Mayhem's put together a pretty decent hold.
Not only that, but look at their efficiency. Just Nano boost and EMP.
Yeah.
Florida now with some time to think about how they're going to play out this last point is being successful. There's nothing for the Hangzhou Spark. They've got no reason to believe that Hangzhou should be able to push through this final point. Maybe if they get a great EMP.
I was going to say EMP, they've got Sound Barrier soon. They're going to probably have Saucin's Graviton Surge as well. And they just got Gargoyle to use his self-destruct too, which is pretty big. Going in now, there's the hack. And everybody fade down immediately here. Florida Mayhem, they do get the Sound Barrier though, so they've got those shields. Hageman trying to put the C on his back and carry him, but there's only so much you can do with Adora wrecking everybody. Sound Barrier used by the Spark now to try to sustain in this one. Gargoyle has to flee, gets demeched anyway.
And they have stall ults though, they've got the Primal Rage. Not gonna be able to get back over the top. Here we go, Primal Rage coming in.
Assassin was up on the wall, so he didn't get hit by that Earth Shatter rather. Or Rain, what am I saying? Meanwhile, they got the hack from DPI, okay. But the kills are still coming in for the Hangzhou Spark anyway, and they are going to complete the map. Digging deep to get it done, and they do.
Absolutely able to stall long enough to get Adora's EMP. And that's where they start getting the elimination. Spawn time's too long to help the Florida Mayhem, and so they do finish in the end.
Indeed they do. So, now it's on the Florida Mayhem to try to equalize. See if they can maybe come away with a map win here, but they've only got 1 point so far in the entire series. They were able to win on Full Sky, but that was about it.
It's interesting that we've seen these strats from Florida because one of the ways that they were capable of beating the Houston Outlaws was to put Saya player back on the Widowmaker. I wonder if we will see some of that on attack, because they've been very focused on playing the 3-3 or playing the 3-2-1, high coordination compositions with a group of players that has very little experience playing with each other.
Yeah, I agree. I think you definitely need to play to the strengths of the players right now.
And there's two kind of schools of thought, right? One of them is you're trying to get the synergy there, so you're just forcing it because you know there's going to be nerves on stage from new players potentially, and you just need to get there faster, so the practice is the best way to do it. You know, we know Florida, their intention right now, first and foremost, is not to win, right? Their intention is to develop this roster for the long term. And with that in mind, this might be the best way to do it. Hard to say. There's no way anyone can know, because this is the first time they've been in this environment on stage together.
Pretty much. Here we go, DPI on the Sombra again, and they're gonna make some changes. Fate and Gargoyle swapping over to the Ryan and Zarya respectively, Hagabin on the Ana. DPI had some pretty good EMPs. Pretty quick building EMPs in that last round as well.
I really feel confident in this composition, or confident that this is the practice that they want here on the Overwatch League stage.
Yeah. Oh, aggression from Hongjo Spark. As soon as Fate turned the corner, they tried to jump on the Gargoyle. Couldn't quite finish him off, though. Re-engage might be a little bit dangerous. I mean, if anything, once Florida Mayhem have that EMP, they should be able to break this push at least, or this defense.
Yeah, DPA got some decent charge as the Hongjo Spark moved forward. It's not behind them right now. A nice hack, though, on to Sasan on the Diva.
Yep, true enough. That guy's be doing a lot of damage, though, and it's enough to drop Fate. Florida Mayhem having to back off to spawn. Goodbye, Rain. And they've got the EMP now, so they're gonna have the EMP, they're gonna have Transcendence, but maybe it's got his Transcendence too, so if the Spark supports can play safely, they can take on the CT coming out of Florida.
So right now, being told if Godspeed gets one more final blow, he'll be back on track there to beat Prophet's record.
All right. EMP gets used by DPI first. Lots of hacks onto the Hongjo Spark side, but Bebe there with the Transcendence anyway. Successfully hit.
Oh,
Shatter
no.
from behind. Oh, it got blocked though. They were ready, man. Fool me twice. Not something Fate's going to allow, apparently. Gushue denied. Adora and Fate get knocked down, and that's Sasan actually knocked off the edge of the map. Adora gets a kill on a Fate, but this payload's gonna move.
That was such a quick 180 by Fate.
Yeah, he was ready.
But the rest of the formation still has to pull back into the choke point right now. They need to get Sasan back here on the Diva.
Spark did use a lot of time off that time bank. Usually here's the spot where we see a lot of the first defenses taken on this map.
Godspeed on the bridge on the high ground right now. He's gonna have to drop down.
They're gonna rotate all the way around.
Yeah, Florida wants to rotate through the larger choke point right now, but it's gonna play aggressively.
Yeah, that's a rough one, and a stun on the Fate at the very end. Adora setting him up for Assassin 2K off that self-destruct.
This is how you have to play against Sombra comps. You gotta run at them and take the 6 versus 5 while they don't have EMP up.
Yeah, very true.
Make sure that they're not gonna have a lot of time just to flank you and generate ult charge with their Sombra. Big opportunity now. Earthshatter EMP combination available to the Mayhem.
60 seconds remaining.
You see DPI.
DPI is right behind the Reinhardt here.
Yeah, he was gonna wait.
Goes for the hack, gets Pepe immediately. Good EMP, taking out that Zenyatta, and that's gonna be a one fight for the Florida Mayhem. Fate misses that charge, but he does have the door zoned out either way. So DPI, you know, if anything, I would say he's been performing pretty well on the Sombra. He's been very sneaky. He's been getting the EMPs he needs to get.
The problem is they didn't move the payload at all. So you win the fight, but because IDK and Sasan immediately jet to the payload and make sure it doesn't move, you're still going to be in really a big threat of being a full health right here.
Yeah, there might be another fight for the...
Oh, there's definitely going to be another fight.
Yeah, they're going to have some good ultimates too. Maybe a little bit low. They got to keep him alive, but he's got his Transcendence for when they need it. They're going to throw the grab in on the Florida side. Grab from the Spark as well. Zenyatta ultimates coming out, and can Spark pick up the kills afterwards. Hagopin a little bit of trouble, has to jet back, and Saya player left alone in the front lines, and that's a problem. guXue goes for the Earth Shatter here, and Hagopin just backing up as his team falls in front of him. Point A was taken though, so Florida Mayhem at least buying themselves a little bit more time. I'm surprised they pushed it through.
I can't believe they got that during the team fight. Godsby comes back, he's back on track for the record of final blows to deaths, but it comes at the price of having to fight for a couple more minutes right now to hold on to it.
EMP onto some members of the Spark here. guXue really struggling. Fate goes in for the Shatter, and it's unopposed. 3 people knocked down, Saucing out of the mech already, and Spark are going to need to give up some ground.
See how many of them are going to escape
Maybe,
with their
maybe
lives.
Not.
IDK.
Oh, never mind.
Making a couple plays. Now they've got the Zarya. They have a remake Diva. They have a chance to turn this.
Oh, they do, especially with the death of the Zarya on the other side, and there goes Fate. It's looking okay at the beginning, but Spark keeping their heads and turning that one around.
Oh man, minute 30 seconds left. They're committing right now to the spawn camp, and why not 6 ultimates?
Oh yeah.
Available for the Spark. If Gargoyle hadn't died, that turn would not have been possible by the Spark.
At this point, even if you let the Florida Mayhem just start pushing the payload and stop them, it would probably still be close to OT by the time they get there.
That's where you're gonna laser down a few more right now. Fate's so low, but he has the barrier to get back to the healing in the spawn.
Yeah. Hagopin nearly has that nano boost. They've got some support ultimates and maybe the grab that they can use. Spark just giving a little bit of ground. They want to fight on their own terms.
Yeah, they want to fight where they can hide from the EMP.
Yeah.
They don't want to fight in the open right by the payload. This is definitely the smart move. Also have to bring back Bebe into this fight. So this will give them the time they need to do that. But so many, now they have the high ground, harder to hit a decent EMP.
And again, it's like I said, even if you let the payload go and didn't touch it, it would still be OT by the time they're at the end of beat.
Yep.
So you know you're going to get that situation. 5-man EMP. Godsby gets hacked as he was coming down for presumably the Graviton Surge. Florida Mayhem dedicating the sound barrier to this as well. Now guXue turning it around. There's a shattered DPI a little bit low here. Sound barrier on the side of the Spark. DPI down. Fate goes for the shatter. Doesn't really connect with anybody. Charge afterwards. That's about it. Fate down, and that is the end of the series. Florida Mayhem making a go of it at the end, but the Spark just too strong today. And it looks like it's going to be a 4-0 in favor of the Hangzhou Spark as soon as they finish off Rain and DPI.
Well, they're...
Hagopin and
It's a
Saucing
problem
goes down.
right now.
What?
There's actually 4 players that are on the payload for the Mayhem.
How do they turn that around?
And they are, well, they just had the spawns coming back in just a little bit faster.
I guess.
And especially with Saucing dying at the end, there's going to be another fight here, Doe. It's going to be an overtime fight.
I mean, that OT
with
bar
no
was nearly
ultimate.
gone, and DPI got back there to keep it going. DPI again, man. Hangzhou Spark pushing forward. Saucing gets stunned here. guXue, if he can get a good shatter, he can end it. And he gets a good shatter.
Got a decent one. They're trying to get onto Saya player right now after popping Fate up in the air.
Yeah, that's right. Transcendence has to be used. DPI down, and nobody can get to the payload. Took a little bit longer than we expected, but the Spark do finally pick up that 4-0. And the Mayhem, like we said, it's going to be a rebuilding season for the rest of them.
That's it. Godsby actually going to be taking the record of most final blows to deaths, the largest ratio away from Prophet at 14. That is a massive performance from the DPS player, the Zarya player on the Hangzhou Spark.
Yep. And a rough beginning for some of the players here on the Florida Mayhem. But again, you know, you're not going to expect to win, like you said. You're expecting to just see how things are going, get them some stage experience, go from there. Overwatch League stage experience round.
It's very different, right?
Yeah.
It'll be more interesting to see how this team adjusts throughout the rest of this stage when they have a couple of weeks at the end, considering they will not be in stage playoffs right now, have that week break, and then we'll probably have to check back in with them and how they're doing at the start of stage 4.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's
when we can start to see, hopefully, some real improvement.
Pretty much. And, you know, I will say, I think on an individual level, DPI looked pretty decent. He was able to preemptively EMP a couple times, had the hacks on the right people. He kept the payload going a little bit longer at the end of that last map. So, not a bad individual performance at the end then anyway.
Yeah, it's also hard just to go against what's probably the hottest team in the league right now.
That is tough. Well, let's send it down to Danny, who's standing by with Godsby for an interview.
Montin, thank you very much. Everybody give it up for Godspeed and Hangzhou Sparks for an amazing victory. Congratulations. Now, in stage 3, we've seen you play a lot more Sombra, and you do still play Zarya, but a lot more Sombra compared to stage 1 and stage 2. How has that transition been for you? 요즘 들어서 조금 더 가스비 선수의 솜브라를 좀 자주 보게 되는 것 같아요. 자리에서 솜브라까지 좀 이렇게 오게 되시면서 좀 힘든거나 좀 그 과정에 대해서 좀 궁금합니다.
예전부터 상대편들이 많은 딜러를 꺼내서 조합을 이뤘을 때 저희가 솜브라를 많이 사용해 왔었고 그래서 연습하는 데는 그렇게 큰 문제는 없었던 것 같아요.
Alright, so even before stage 3, we've been using Sombras to sort of counter other teams' DPS compositions. So transitioning from Zarya to Sombra, simply it wasn't really that hard for me. Alrighty, next question. So this depends on the outcome of tomorrow's match, which is the match of the week, Gladiator versus Vancouver. But you guys have a really good chance of becoming the stage 3 Pacific champions going into the stage 3 playoffs. What does that mean to you? 자, 쉽게 말씀드리면은 이제 내일 경기 밴쿠버와 글래디의 경기에 따라서 이게 또 결정이 되겠지만은 지금까지 항저우 팀이 태평양 스테이지 3 태평양 챔피언으로 프로를 진출할 가능성이 굉장히 커요. 그게 좀 어떤 의미가 있을까요?
저희가 처음에 스테이지 1 시작할 때 그렇게 좋지 않은 성적이었는데 지금 2, 3 하면서 성적이 점점 더 좋아지고 있고 이번에 저희 태평양에서 1등으로 플레이오프 올라가게 되면은 좀 더 감회가 남다를 것 같아요.
Alrighty, so stage 1 we haven't really performed well, but going into stage 2 and 3 we are gradually and surely getting a lot better. So if we do get to become the stage 3 Pacific champions going into the playoffs, it would actually mean a lot for me and the team. Alrighty, thank you so much, Godspeed. Montin, back to you.
Thank you, Danny. And I think he's absolutely right. If you look at the stage records with 2 and 3, they have only lost 3 matches in the last 2 stages now.
And all of them have been to the Titans and the Shock, including in the stage playoffs, which we're not looking at right now. So think about that. Literally the only teams that they have lost to in stage 2 and since stage 1 are Titans and Shock. That's pretty good.
Well, it really makes you wonder when those playoffs roll around for stage 3 if we're going to maybe see a new champion, huh?
Yeah. Certainly, they are in the running right now, looking super scary.
That's right. Now, let's take a look at our player of the match. It's going to be the tank extraordinaire, Gushui. That's right.
I'm just always so impressed by his Winston mechanics in these matches. Also,
that helps.
He was pulling off a lot of these sneaky shatters. And this team has just come so far since their stage 1 where they were having trouble at the tank position, not because of a lack of individual ability, but because they were trying to mix Chinese and Korean players into this roster. And big credit to the coaching staff of the Hangzhou Spark that over time has made this a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, the real question with Gushui was like, can they do it? Can they actually work this guy into a lineup with the language barrier? And at first it seemed doubtful, but he's just so good, and the strategies they've been putting in to make the communication work have definitely paid off, and they've become a top team, perhaps the top team of stage 3. We'll see. Those playoffs are going to be a lot of fun.
Really fun team to watch right now. So we'll see the Spark now. They are finished for the stage until the stage playoffs as they conclude 6-1, and I'm very excited to see what strats they're going to be cooking up in their off week.
That's right. Don't go anywhere yet, guys. There's still one more match to go today. It's going to be the Shanghai Dragons taking on the Guangzhou Charge. Should be a fun one as well. So enjoy that. See you later.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, now connecting 99% of Overwatch League fans. Catch your league on America's network, T-Mobile.
Welcome back. We have one more series for you this evening. I'm Achilles, back with Wolf. We're ready to dive into a Chinese showdown. This is going to be the Shanghai Dragons going up against the Guangzhou Charge. These two teams getting ready to clash twice in a row. Once now, then again next week in Atlanta.
That's right. So this is going to be a pretty pivotal series. Not just this series, but the series of two matches they will play against each other. Dragons currently up at 3-1, Charge at the 2-2. They will need to win both matches against the Shanghai Dragons. Because they're at a neutral 0 in terms of map differential, they love to get as much maps as they can, but they don't necessarily need to 4-0 these. I mean, they're just one step behind, right? And defeating the Dragons would put them also closer in terms of that comparison there. So they're certainly still in it.
Yeah.
And if they can upset the Dragons twice, that would be massive.
Not out yet, but on the cusp of it. Upsetting the Dragons is going to be a really difficult thing. Ding and DM have been absolutely instrumental for this squad, and the Dragons as a whole is kind of the team that's been propelling the meta in the direction that it's currently in.
Yeah, they are the best duo right now in terms of Widow Pharah together, regardless of which composition it is. In this case, we are seeing the Wrecking Ball variation. We know they could run it with the Sombra that we're seeing on Volskaya, for example. Very terrifying. But on the other side here for the Guangzhou Charge, you can see that in Stage 3 it shot up in terms of the Sombra usage here. They've got Eileen on their squad, so definitely a boon for them potentially. And generally speaking, when you look at the across the board stats here, you can see that some of the heroes that are really meta right now are heroes that have been playing all season long. Widowmaker, you know, only shooting up about 9% there. The Pharah as well. Doubling, but you know, compared to most teams, they're running it barely at all. Yeah. So just like Shanghai, kind of running the Pharah early with Hot Boss. So I think this is going to be a very exciting clash of Widow v Widow, Pharah v Pharah, and this is going to be a kind of a weirder mirror. Not the 3-3, not the Sombra Goats, but we will see, I think, a lot of Pharah versus Pharah.
Yeah, I mean, Widow as well. Always happy to see Happy on that. Time will tell if we get that matchup between him and DM, but first, let's go ahead and bring out our first squad to the stage. They're looking for their second appearance in the playoffs. Let's go ahead and bring them out. It's the Shanghai Dragons.
The Dragons are the first team to master the Pharah Widowmaker variations that we're seeing so popular right now in triple and quad DPS in this meta here for Stage 3. They come in as favorites in this series and the series we will see in Atlanta next week. To win this one would set the precedent that they would soar to the top of the Stage 3 rankings and guarantee themselves a spot in those playoffs.
Yep, taking a look at the starting 6 here, we'll see Envy coming out for the Shanghai Dragons, his first appearance with the squad. A little bit of a lack of synergy, a bit of underperformance there, but understandable given that he had just only recently joined the roster, so we'll see how he fares today against their opponents. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Guangzhou Charge.
Happy Widowmaker player for the team, and Zarya walking out here with Nero as well. Face that's gotten a lot of attention in recent times in this meta. Now, of course, of age 18 to play in the Overwatch League, and it's making waves early on. And it's a meta that suits both of these players, and Hotba as well, the flexibility. This former flex tank player from multiple rosters as far back as, LW Red. He's played the Zarya, he's played the D.Va, he's played the Roadhog, but now also going into that Pharah role, just like Fury of the London Spitfire. Super flexible, and that is what is so important right now in this ever-changing meta.
Taking a look here at Happy. Gonna have to be the one that can shut down DM on that Widowmaker, should he be pulling it out. We can expect, just given the trajectory of the meta and how much we've been seeing of that Widowmaker, that at some point during this series, these guys should be able to have a bit of a showdown.
It was mentioned in that card that he is a former teammate of Envy, both played for the Meta organization. This is, of course, after Envy was released from LA Valiant, so very briefly played for Meta at the same time that Happy was playing for the Bella side of things, right before, of course, joining Toronto. So, former teammates, not in the most direct sense, but very briefly, played on the same org.
Well, taking a look at the map set presented by Toyota, we'll be starting things off on Ilios, then we'll move into Paris for Assault, Hollywood for Hybrid, and Gibraltar for Escort. So plenty of opportunities strewn throughout that I see where a Widowmaker battle could come to the surface.
Absolutely. A lot of teams on Ilios right now are starting the Widow for safety and then matching into the Reinhardt Ghost variation. Not the Winston one as much. We did see it on Ruins just previously in our last series fail. So they were able to take it in the end, but heading into this first point, it is going to be Lighthouse, so this is a great place to run the Pharah. Shanghai wants to run the Widow variation. Happy will match. So this is what we were looking for. This is what we expected to see quite a lot throughout the series. We're gonna get it right out of the gates.
Yep, straight away. Happy up here on this high ground. That first shot now, just waiting for somebody to come into his sights. Nero taking to the skies as well, trying to stay alive. So far, just a smattering of damage exchanged across. Point getting ready to unlock in 3 seconds, but no one's really advanced over towards that side of the map. They're looking for that opening pick. Envy playing up onto the point, finds himself in a 2v1 situation, and DM actually gonna be taken down by Nero of all people. Now Ding finds Shu. So a kill apiece here for the Pharah. Sting up into the air, trying to survive. Interception there from Coma. Helps Sting stay alive for a little bit longer, but Nero's hot on his heels, and the rocket goes through, gets rid of that Mercy. Guangzhou come up with the first couple picks, but it's the Dragons who lock down the point.
Yep, they're gonna have to, collapse in. That's a huge pick, and you can't really compete now as Nero.
Oh, DM, he didn't know which way to look. They were much closer than he'd anticipated. Will get cut down, as does Luffy. Shu gonna be eliminated. EMP comes out from Envy, manages to find 2. Hotba and Rio manages to find the former. Rio just gonna be playing into the back of the point, looking for that cap to roll in.
Ding
He'll
tries
be able to find it.
He's just too late. They will get it back, but a few percentage points will be given over. The Dragon's still in full control now. As long as they can shut down this EMP, it's not going to be support ultimates that let that happen. It's going to be a pick, or it is going to have to be more aggressive play in general for the Dragons. You can see how far up they're playing.
Happy getting pressured here from the low ground, jumps up the grapple hook, and Nero is taken out by DM.
That's the pick I'm talking about.
Yep, and now you get the pile driver through. Happy trying to stay alive, Bionade. There'll be enough burst healing to keep him in the fight, but Chara going to be taken down. Happy able to equalize, finishing off one of the Dragons' supports. The Dragons still in control of this point, still playing far forward. EMP used by Hotba, but he's going to be the first one that gets taken down afterward. Shu nearly knocked off the map, taking a lot of damage here from Gamsu at range. Tries to stay alive, the pistol out. from Coma, trying to find the kill, but the Mega Pack was there, and Ding gets taken down in the meantime.
The EMP is ineffective, and they are just, I honestly struggling to regroup. That's the biggest problem for the Charge right now. They're not able to get into a unit that can divide and conquer. Nero's down now, and I mean, you're always fighting a losing battle down members. You do have to,
he's got the emphasize.
I mean, I think we have to start making the argument. This might be the best Widowmaker player in the world we're watching right now.
I mean, he did win the 1v1 at the All-Star Weekend. Obviously not going to be the largest pool, but DM has always made a very strong case for himself. And given the performances that he's been able to put up as of late, I don't think that anyone could really fault you for putting him in the running. Still taking some pot shots here. Trying to find a target. The wrecking ball, not the one he wants, but Hoppa taken down. Now pressure coming through. Perfect sleep dart. Now the bio in. DM gets the double kill alongside the help of Luffy. 99%. The flip does come through here for just at least a moment for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but instantly the recap coming in from the Shanghai Dragons. Shots flying through from Happy, but Ding takes him down. OT starting to tick away. DM up into the air, but does not matter. He's just gonna say, oh, you know what? I don't need to kill you. The round is over.
If you can see it, you can kill it. DM is the Grim Reaper right now. If he sees ahead, he's going to take it off. And when there's not enough disruption on the other side with the enemy Pharah and Widow, you're gonna have free reign. You're gonna have line of sight. Rio getting caught, often dying first. It's a big problem. Papa's this time on the Sombra, right? We've got Nero in on the Pharah, so he doesn't have to flex as much. He can go back to a more normal role for himself on the Sombra. Meanwhile, the reason why we have Envy in this lineup right now is because his hero pool overlaps with what they're trying to do. Ding has a great Pharah, a great Sombra, right? But Envy's also a good Sombra. He played it for Toronto earlier this year, even as far back as the Season 1 playoffs. So you've got three players who are masters of their roles here on the Shanghai Dragons, but DM and Ding, their duo is overpowering Nero and Happy, and that's why you see this mismatch in this one-sided match so far.
Oh,
look at this.
Pharah's up over the top. Ding finds that direct hit. Nero now going to be hacked out. Oh, pop up in the air. Another one on the Happy. Can't quite lock him down. One more shot would have done it, but Chara with a pocket manages to keep him alive, and now Ding is going to be grounded as that hack comes through, but he is still killing them. Gets the double. Takes them down. DM in the meantime still just sniping casually. Looking for the hits there on the Happy, can't quite find it, but Shanghai, again, in control of the point first.
DM and Ding both 1,000 damage, the leaders to their counterparts on the Guangzhou Charge for this round. Line of sight control to DM as well. It's hard to be a Pharah against this when you're having to be the attacker. Single time exposing yourself could be the death of you.
Yep. Pile drivers just flying through. DM staying up top as long as he possibly can. Hops up to the sides for a target. Rez comes through onto Ding, puts him back into the fight. Guangzhou Charge still unable to find any sort of cap. Flip here onto this point. Happy just trying to get Ding out of the sky, but just hasn't had that much luck of it. Gamsu taking a nap. We'll take one to the dome, pops an adaptive shield briefly, and we'll just be zipping his way out. Need more follow-up, not just a Widowmaker to try to take him down, but look, that a Widow can handle.
Yep, Happy finding the angles now, and control is shifting back to the Charge here.
Gamsu taken low, Envy bioed out, has to retreat, so the foot does come through. Charge finally on the board.
Really great job by Nero to operate around this building that you can see them standing on and avoid most of the Widow sight lines while getting that damage done. That's what really turned things around for them. It's only, you know, a brief moment. They took it back. That's all it takes.
Oh, okay. Mid grapple. Why not? Like he said, if he can see him, he'll kill him. Never side up just makes it that much easier for DM, but we know that he doesn't even need that. Shots coming through, weakening up Nero, trying to get that headshot. Unable to find it, now Chara shooting across to the side, does escape safely, but the point has gone back into control of the Shanghai Dragons.
It's important to note in this Widow versus Widow, which we're going to see for a lot of this series, that DM is nearly doubling scoped critical accuracy right now, 32 to 17. So he's getting more headshots, he's able to capitalize on more moments. Like Caster cursed him here, the headshot comes through from Happy.
Yeah, does get taken down there. EMP out from Hotbot, manages to catch a couple. Pharmacy going to be taken out of the sky. Nero able to scoop those kills. Now looking for Gamsu. Soften him up, take him down below half HP, and with the hack, seems like they might just be able to kill him off. sliver of HP still remaining for Gamsu. You can tell he wants to give that healing over to Koma and Luffy, not pick up any mega packs or whatnot.
I think the Dragons will operate around the EMP barrage. Ding should hold that unless he gets a mega opportunity while approaching the point and trying to bait out ultimates from the charge. They've already got the Infra Sight, which is a huge impact ultimate in Widow versus Widow, and Pharah versus Pharah for that matter.
Rio well into the back. Helps take down DM now. Barrage out from Nero. Gets rid of Koma, but he manages to find the kill, and DM is res back through from Koma.
That's actually a huge set of kills for the Dragons. They might be able to start unlocking this point now. It should not have happened. Overextension by Nero there.
Pile driver down. Get some hits in. Happy. Completely body blocked in. Gets taken down by Gamsu. Now Shanghai capping the point. 74% here for the Guangzhou charge. Still ticking up. Ding taken low. Again, the pocket comes through. He pushes into the back. Chara now going to be eliminated. Bionate onto 2. Shrew. It's taken down. Hoppa now eliminated as well. Ding scoops up some extra kills, and we are above 90% for the Shanghai Dragons. Still holding on to 4 ultimates with the Infra Sight running currently.
Yeah, the EMP barrage is huge. Rio will touch here, but it's going to be short-lived, the contest. He has to swing around and come back one more time. Now the charge can come back, but there's the EMP.
Push over the side, the Nano Boost coming through, but Ding not able to find the target that he wants. Up over the top, gets a direct hit there on a hot butt. DM take it down in the meantime. Shanghai still in control, the OT still starting to tick away. Push up over the top, a bit too elusive is Happy for him. Still playing this one patiently, comes back around. Continues to take some damage, Happy trying to finish him off. Pops up, finds nothing, Shu gonna fall. Flip still getting closer and closer as Ding gets eliminated by Nero. DM gets rid of him, and that'll just be the closeout. Shanghai Dragons able to take it in the end. They step off just for a second. Guangzhou charge, looking like maybe they could have gotten that flip there, but Shanghai, they put a win on the board.
And just to keep an eye on the temperature gauge here, the scoped critical hit accuracy, 32 for DM to 14 of Happy. He is crushing the Widow versus Widow, and that is going to be very likely the defining factor in this series.
Hello everyone, and welcome to episode 816 of the Overwatch Daily Moments.
Well, let's see if the Guangzhou charge can find their groove on Assault when we come back after the break.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream.
Let's check out some of your best responses. Leave your answers down below, I'll pick out some of the best ones in tomorrow's video. That's all from me today, so it's over to Miss Editor for the best Overwatch Daily Moments.
Leave me alone.
Nice.
Get road, get road, get road. Yes. This, right side, no. First one. All this. Good thing Doom isn't broken. Have a fucking Ross.
Push the wrist, push the wrist. Have a hawk.
Nice.
Capping it.
Dude, I figured out how to play.
It has to be soon, right? You ready? Give me a second. More closer. You ready? No, I'm here. Oh, dude.
I'm gonna end this Pharaoh. Oh my god. Oh, dude! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Yeah, we're gonna have to pause that one for now.
Do they know? I dodged them, dude. Ah, fuck! Reaper came left and we came right side.
Gotcha, bitch!
Aha!
Another one. And another one. And another one. And another one. And another one.
I'm back.
And alone, and alone.
아깝다.
선생님! 제가 해냈습니다!
Why are these fucking, like, how are these players in my elo? I don't get it. Those are dumb fucks.
Anna, you ready?
Nope.
Something you don't know that if you play on Moira is that the red circle is range on her left click. It's actually, it doesn't feel that big at all, like it feels really, the fact that it goes like, it spreads like this makes it very weird. It doesn't give you a good feeling of what the range actually, it feels like it's like 1 meter in front of you.
Sun is low. Widow's slow there. What's that? How's it going? Widow going high ground. No. It's Lanto. It's like 4.3k player. Got Anna. Got Hanzo. I got 3 picks now. Got Widow. Alright, I'm kinda nutty.
Half HP. Widow, half HP. Are you serious?
What's interesting to me is that Defiant, it looks very quiet on that team. Okay, good. Like, we see Gods talking a little bit, Darkfunk as well. But they seem very quiet, or like more spread out. I'm so used to like fusions on Boston. It's just non-stop.
Oh, they've got the corner flank. They come around the edge.
Ah, there it is. Now, boom, deleted immediately. Surefour there with the double. You just ran right into the blender.
Tried to be sneaky and he got snuck.
Really, just like getting the foot in the door, and then you actually get to play. And so this is, the K just going to work right now. I mean, I will point out Hex. A little bit disappointed in. He dropped down to 33% headshot rating. Out of 14, 1 and 3, still solid. But God tier, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't think of anything to get you for your birthday, so I just, I flipped.
That's how you work it. That's how you work it. You get the Hulk combo onto him and you make him eat a rocket. Hydration, point blank. Mangachu right now, trying to find the work. Oh, he does get a parting shot that sets it up. Ivy, in fact, with the double off a nade? What is this business?
No, he had the Venom Mine over the flank, right?
Yeah.
He put the Venom Mine over there so you know when people come, they had to
There's
retreat.
no Genji on the server anymore.
No, they had to retreat over the flank, and he gets it.
When he gets slipped, and now he's looking down the face of two supports. He'll have to back up a little bit. Sleepy being killed, but not enough, apparently. Minefield, pile driver dropped down. Anu was able to get to the high ground, though, and Hanzo avoids scrutiny for the time being, but the Outlaws are sat on the point here. 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Anu used his as well. Jake's chasing down Sansan, watch out, it's gonna be nasty. Muma charged away. Not over the edge. Muma has nano boost here. He can just back in. Run! Oh no, didn't see that coming. Come on! Giannis had the look on with dismay, and he realized that his teammate was about to get crushed to a pulp. Now the Outlaws turn around. Muma had so much damage of mitigation. I don't know what was being hoped for there, and that's a 5-player EMP. Giannis taken down by the fire strike. Starts him off to the side.
Down will be eliminated.
So let's send it up to Wolf and Achilleos to kick the things off.
Thank you very much, Mr. X. Man, he really grew. Got a lot taller. He can stand up next to an NBA champion with not much of a difference. You see there in the background. We cheated. He cheated. But guys, we do have another match coming up.
Check, mic check.
Hello, testing.
It's too loud now.
How about now?
Oh, that's worse.
Oh, is it too loud?
You're always too loud. Like, I've never ever played a video and you're not being too loud.
Yeah, true.
Just my hands are like sticky. Can I get some hand sanitizer?
Yeah, I would like
to.
pause.
Yeah, honest to God, but I prefer at this point.
Wait, bubble, wait, bubble.
Even that's too loud.
Sorry.
Oh, you have to do that. Like, is that something you have to do?
I mean, yeah.
Nice! Nice!
Right! All together now.
I'm gonna change my spray. I think that's important right now.
Oh, a lot of people. 1,000.
1,000 people?
Yeah.
They're all for you, Violet.
For me?
Yeah. Nice. My birthday tomorrow. We win, please.
Your birthday tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, we lose.
I will show you guys a tutorial, okay, on how to win next game. Ready? Go watch the stream, I'll show you guys. Okay. With the stream delay, now they're probably tuned in,
I
right?
hope this 300 bits
Hey,
will help you
teammate,
pay
from my
500
master game.
subs. Smile.
It's XQC, guys. Tutorial today. How to win games at our current rating in our current time zone.
You know what, chat?
Step 1.
I am going to say
Stop queuing the game.
Any flickers?
2. Quit the game. 3. Like this. Look.
You know what, chat? Am I going to say it? XQCL.
This one right here. That's the one. That's the one right here that you're looking for. It usually has a circle and a bar. You click and you hold that bitch down. So it's all black, and then you go outside and you stop queuing my fucking main games, you pussy. Thank you.
And welcome back. It is time for the Guangzhou Charge to go on the offensive here. 3:23, the time to beat by the Shanghai Dragons. Of course, match of the week coming up tomorrow, though. A banger. You don't want to miss it. LA Gladiators going up against the Vancouver Titans.
I think if you've been paying attention to the Titans in recent times, you actually have to favor the Gladiators going into that series.
I mean, given the compositions that we've been seeing from them, you know, they definitely could sway into their favor. I mean, attack Bastion on Lunar Colony just yesterday, from Sure 4. The Torbjorn on defense, you know, he's pulling out the crazy stuff, and it's making it work.
Well, heading into this craziness, which is this match, we are going to see the Pharah matchup at least locked in for the moment. Guangzhou has the opportunity to change and counter it, and they will do exactly that. They put Nero on the McCree. The same reason why Youngjin is here is because, you know, to have that counter comp potentially, they are going to swap and put Happy in instead, which is going to be another great way to shut down the Pharah. And they know that they choose this way, they choose the Widow, because they know there's no Widow on Shanghai's side with DM on the bench here. So you have free reign versus the Pharah here as Widow, and you have the ability to threaten supports while not having to worry about an enemy Widow.
But, well, you don't have to worry about Ting's Pharah, it would seem. Hotba will be coming out of the Pharah, Nero swapping over onto that Hanzo for the double sniper and a little bit more shield break onto these Orisa barriers. get that knock off the high ground, but can't quite find it.
It's not always advantageous Widow versus Pharah. It can go both ways, depending on where the sight lines are. Happy's going to play a little bit safer now in this room here where he cannot be hit by the Pharah rockets. It limits what he can hit as well. As you can see, he's basically shooting at an Orisa barrier or a concrete wall.
Yeah. It's never really fun as a Widow. Amsu getting tagged up a bit. Youngjin fighting down on the ground by himself. Gotta be careful in these hits. Zero is flying through from Nero, weakening him up. So needs to allow for that barrier, his shield, go ahead and regen. It's on down to 89 HP remaining. Barrage is online. Hotba a little bit further away. Oh, but the sleep coming in. Ding trying to escape, but he actually makes it out alive and kills Shu in the process.
Huge plays by Koma to make sure that happened. Luffy as well, left clicking in there. An incredible save on this Pharah player who is doing so much work. Happy can't even expose himself to try to counter the Pharah because he can't get line of sight. If he pokes out, he's putting himself at risk of getting shot by Gamsu, Ding, and Luffy all at the same time. Nero can't find much damage through the barrier. The Charge have their ultimates coming online right now. But I mean, look at this.
Yeah, halt in. Rio is getting battered around. Hard to finish him off though, but Pack is in.
Don't forget, this is
him up.
Also a D.Va-less composition for the Charge, so Ding has free reign with this barrage with the positional advantage he has right now.
Push, aggressive push forward here from Hotba. Nano boost in
Both
on
sides.
to that Pharah. Youngjin gonna be taken down right as he gets the rally available. Barrage getting dropped in though. Ding manages to find two. Now just has to try to make it out alive. Will be able to do so. Hotba only able to find one. Rez is up for both of these Anas to put them back into the fight, but it's still gonna be the advantage here for the Shanghai Dragons.
It's tough, you know, with this Orisa barrier here for Happy to have a huge impact on this Widow. He's done a little bit of damage, but he's not able to get the kills he's looking for.
We're down under a minute now remaining for this push. EMP still held here by Envy, Supercharger, as well as the rally. Push around the corner, Rio and Shu both gonna get hacked, both gonna be taken down. Even the Supercharger just didn't stand a chance.
Delete the Rio Orisa shield with the EMP and blow him up.
Okay, yep, there's the 2-tap.
I mean, this fight was already over. Hoppa was just trying to get a little bit more barrage charge there in the interim, but now he's staggered himself. And the Dragons are going to put Youngjin onto the Hog because they know this is going to be a Hail Mary from the Charge coming through. They've got one more shot at this, and they're swapping over to Winston Goats for it. There we go.
Trying to get back over to the point. You can see just how slow Youngjin is with that Roadhog. Gamsu dropping the barrier in the Supercharger. Looks for Rio, he'll deny on him, and he gets killed mid-leap. Takes him down, Sleep does connect in, but Ding is there, pushes forward, gets right in over top of Shu, says, you know what, they can't sleep me now. Gets the kill, and now looks for Hotba. A little bit more, yep, there you go. Finishes him off, no one can tag the point, force out OT, and Shanghai Dragons come up with another victory here now on pairs.
Shut down another set of Widow play from Happy. And you gotta wonder, going into the rest of the series, if we're gonna keep seeing that mirror, should he be playing the Widow or should they try to do something else because they are getting outclassed in the Pharah matchup very hard right now.
Well, have the halftime break to try to gather themselves and see if they can pull off a reverse sweep when we come back.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
I started watching some streams of the pros. The pros were amazing, and one of the biggest guys I saw was awesome was Hydration. He was part of the Gladiators. Suddenly I'm at every game.
The beautiful LEDs, the cheers of the crowd.
It shields up. It's thunderous applause. It's roaring in the arena. It's a lot of clap, clap, stomp, stomp. You just kind of get sucked into it.
And I've been hooked ever since.
前往多拉多。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
本我不拘于形。任务开始后，就别打混了。抱歉了。
距离进攻还有30秒。
给我站住！
前面有敌人的炮塔。
混乱。
去背后。我们继续。
移动。附近有敌方的炮塔。
臣服于我的意志。
最大的敌人就是自己。全都出来吧！
前面有敌人的炮塔。
抱歉了。
万岁！
目标安全了。
炮塔了。
发现敌人的炮塔。炮塔神飞。
来 nerf 这招啊！
长眼过。
在这里集合。目标必须前进。敞开心扉。 非常感谢流星坠。单警力，毁掉敌方的炮塔。目标正在移动。体悟心灵祥和。
保罗，快点上！状况正好。
你的灵魂焦躁不安。你好。目标正在移动。谢谢。附近有敌方的炮塔，目标正在移动。敌人在攻击我，技术不错。炮塔摧毁。微不足道的挫折。你好。
前方有炮塔。鲍勃，快点上！
目标正在移动。你最大的敌人就是自己。谢谢。
毁掉敌人炮塔了。
发现敌人的炮塔。敌人的炮塔灰飞烟灭。
释放耐力强化。
注意了，必须安全。
臣服于我的意志，释放你的力量。没人拦得住我。前面有敌人的炮塔。
无法chống事。敌人的炮塔。流星坠。发现敌人的炮塔。
好正
炮塔已经摧毁了。
来 nerf 这招啊！前方有炮塔，我的控制目标往前移动了。
有敌方的炮塔了。见不贤，
见过伤势比你更糟。加速治疗。
你的灵法显露了。流星降临。
前面有敌人的炮塔。
请帮助我们必须护送
打目标了，开始移动吧。快点让目标继续前进。
熟能生巧，绝招准备就绪。谁都挡不住我。
哎，
谢谢。
炸弹来了！
我听到了。化逆境为转机。
帮你恢复。你会没事的。我们得击碎那座炮塔。保留啊，快点杀！
发现敌人了。
臣服于我的意志。
心灵祥和。
非常感谢。
一个别想逃。我在蓄力。要强力作用。
来 nerf 这招啊！
你好。发现敌方炮塔。
Widow, Sombra, etc. With Ding, worst that could happen is we could be running a DPS comp, maybe get a class fight 3-3 on some of these maps. Keep Youngjin in, keep that extra flexibility. You could also, again, swap to the McCree we've been mentioning a lot to deal with Nero, Spara. You can even run it blind in some cases. We're seeing a lot of teams do that right now.
Well, we'll be shifting over to Hollywood here to see if Guangzhou Charge can put a win on the board and avoid losing this series. Otherwise, Shanghai Dragons seeking that 3-0. You can see that Hollywood, historically, not the best map for them.
Yeah, they are winless on this map currently. Only 3 maps played so far on it. Not the many they have played this season.
You know, 4th time's the charm, that's what they always say, right?
Well, it's definitely a map that doesn't play towards the forest strengths as well as Numbani. So, Numbani A, Hollywood A, very different how you approach the defense. They will be out on the attack first, so we'll see Ding take the blind shot, see the scatter arrow, then they will swap.
Okay, Youngjin going for the Doom Fist, and Ding will be going for the Pharah.
Well, Youngjin staying in for, his flexibility, as we were saying, and this is one of those flexible heroes that not everyone can play, but Youngjin, well, famous for playing it back on Kongdu Panthera.
Waiting for his opportunity to push up onto that high ground here off the side. Good shield bash from Nero. Knocks Youngjin to the ground, but the follow-up from the Dragons is superior, so they come up with the kill. And now it's just going to be everybody getting beaten and battered around. Youngjin goes in, gets that uppercut, relying on that passive shielding. Try to keep him alive. Pushes forward towards Shu. Takes a lot of damage, but the pocket comes through. He will be able to stay alive. In the meantime, Shanghai Dragons are ticking up. Another uppercut forward onto the enemy Ana. Bionade holds him from pushing forward for a little bit longer, but he gets him with the seismic slam. Cuts him down to size, and that is a very fast cap for the Shanghai Dragons. 5.5 minutes in the time bank now.
Youngjin just comes in, opens it up, causes that disruption. Pharah is there to help clean up the kills. Anyone who narrowly escapes the fist is going to get rocketed. And he could go swap now. They don't have to keep this. It's only really very powerful on A, where your opponent's fighting around choke points, always stairwells. He is considering keeping it, but he does eventually decide to go over to the Hog. And they're gonna run this super strange Roadhog for B on Hollywood. It's very difficult because the Hog can't hook someone that's above him when he doesn't have line of sight for the hook itself.
And no more Hook 1.0. Been gone for quite some time. Nero coming out on top of the Hanzo duel. Dangerously close there. Ding does manage to get that res off. Back in the fight, but Kolma, oh man, almost taken down. Barely ducks out. Keep his head sane.
In the Widow meta, in Contenders Korea, this is the map we saw the most Widowmaker on. And this is where Happy's career really took off. Probably why he found his way onto the charge. Is playing this point right here.
Has that infrasight up, is trying to get the angle here, and he almost taken down. EMP out from Hotba now, though, after Gomsu gets eliminated. Ding will be taken down. Youngjin still hacked. Takes a breather for a moment. A little bit of healing in, but will still be eliminated in the end. Gomsu pulling the trigger on the charges here, will be swapping over onto the Winston.
I have some serious questions about what the Shanghai are running. We're going to take a look at this NB EMP again. Mistake here. But I have some serious questions about this. How are you planning on dealing with the Widow here without any vertical movement? Or you're running the Hog that can't hook anyone. Now, I like this a little bit more. It's still going to be tough, though.
Oh, well, Mind straight in on top of him, and the Dragon Strike from Nero takes down both supports. Storm arrows in for Youngjin, and man, the newest, youngest member of the Guangzhou Charge. Having a bit of a pop-off.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place there. You've got the minefield on one side, the Dragon Strike on the other. You're going through your only approach angle versus this Widowmaker setup, so it's super easy to predict. The Guangzhou Charge scoop up the kills. They had such a great start on A, but it's almost as if they didn't predict Happy would run Widow here, and they didn't have a counter plan.
I mean, we remember, Nero's debut when he turned 18, and the Hanzo was one of the most impressive things from him. And he's really reflecting that again here today.
Star players, the DPS on the charge that are making this so difficult for the Dragons. Although we talk about Youngjin's flexibility, the one piece he's missing is that he cannot play Genji well. And that's something they could decide to run versus this comp, but he can't run it.
Well, Nano on Gamsu, he's on the high ground, now he's stranded as the Sleep Dart connects, and Shu follows up onto Youngjin with that Bionade, taking him down. sleep on Rio, but he has got more than enough shielding and HP, so we'll be fine.
You'll need more than just a nano-boosted Winston to take the heads off of these Guangzhou Charge members. Get onto the sky and knock the Widow off the roof. You're gonna need coordinated dive with the Genji, with the Winston and a D.Va together. Something like that is gonna give you a much better opportunity at eliminating this. The Sombra's not gonna do it for you. Where's the EMP gonna land? Where's the follow-up? You're gonna EMP, have Gamsu and Envy kill everyone? It's not gonna happen. This comp for the Dragons does not make sense against what they're facing, and they don't have the hero pool required. The one hole, the one piece missing for Youngjin, lack of Genji flexibility. You're feeling it right now. I mean, this isn't it.
Well, that and, you know, wanted to have Youngjin in for the Doomfist for point A. So don't have DM in for the Widowmaker for the next stretch of the map. So can't try to really out-snipe Happy at the moment. So he's basically got free reign. Minefield comes down, taken low. Rio taking just a little bit of damage here as that hack comes through, but still gonna be healthy. Gamsu tries to survive. Primal Rage nearly online, jumps up top, a sliver of HP remaining. Dragon Strike through the wall. Looks to pick him up, almost finds Luffy and Envy there. And actually will get popped out of the mech as Hoppa pushes forward to go ahead and finish him off. Primal Rage is out from Gamsu, but you can see how much damage is being thrown down onto this Winston. Slivers of HP, and he'll just jump back up top and get finished off again.
Rally mistimed. EMP,
but Dick
worthless.
Dead. 4 members hacked, but Envy already out of the mech, now just trying to dance around and survive long enough to pistol his way back into the mech. 5% left to go. Looks like he will be able to get in.
This is not a composition that deals well with what the Charge are doing. You know, you've asked a carpenter to diagnose your heart problems with this one. I mean, it couldn't be further off.
Okay, well, EMP through. Koma has the barrier ready to go. Hacks looking for the follow-up there. Dragon Strike rolls in. Gamsu gonna be taken down and splits him away from the cart. Zing finished off as well as Nero comes up with 2 kills. Happy finds another one. Luffy loses his head in the middle of the coalescence. Envy popped out of the mech, and they're gonna leave him. They want to stagger him as long as humanly possible.
This isn't even fair. This isn't even a real game.
Charge 10 seconds remaining.
Charge just crushing it.
Okay, so Koma hiding inside the saloon. Wants to get the tag, or maybe even the back cap. There's still a couple members playing behind. They look for it. They know that he's got to be nearby. Minefield dropped in. He will get taken down. Gamsu coming in from around the backside. Doesn't have the Dragons. Doesn't have the Primal Rage, rather. As Nero gets closer to the Dragon Strike, is what I mean to say. It's up close and personal here with Luffy. And he'll get taken down as he fades his way into the minefield. Beam's bomb finds nothing. They cannot tag it. Just in front of B is where the cart rests. Guangzhou Charge, a real chance of putting a map win here on the board.
Stellar DPS players on this roster are given terrain advantages, high ground. Shanghai Dragons have learned a lot about verticality. I have to say, after that fast A take here, absolutely nothing gained on B. Abysmal attack.
Well, really rough stuff. Let's see if Guangzhou can pick up the victory here. Shanghai pulls off a nice defense.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
提醒大家，我们在过程当中不要鼓掌，笑我想没有关系啊，尽量笑。请朱立伦先生发言。
我们都关心我们的孩子，现在的孩子，让孩子给孩子筛子给孩子下棋，棋子房子，棋子还是筛子，孩子总要买房子。
请郭台铭先生来发表政见。
给了我郭叔叔一张很可爱的感谢状。我今天戴国旗帽，不是今天才戴。上完进来喽！
接下来我们要请韩国瑜先生针对政见发表。
18岁以前，胆子小到这个冬天怕冷，夏天怕热，白天怕黑，白天怕穷，晚上怕黑，天天怕。18岁以后接了军事训练之后，说实在的，我什么都不怕。
如果您当选中华民国总统，如何导正目前偏差的文化政策？
我更关切的另外一个议题，我刚才没有表述得非常清楚， 就是毒品。
Welcome back. Getting ready for the Guangzhou Charge to go on the attack here, just in front of
这个
point.
毒品把整个中华民族害得有多惨。
Of course, Gano guys coming up next weekend.
这是我内
Fran
心
versus the
最
Fran.
沉重的
Widowmaker
呼吁。
1v1
希望反毒
Sunday,
全民一起来，
Eastern
还给
Standard
我们一
Time,
个
live
干
on
净
the Watch
安
Party
宁的
Show.
社会
If you guys are going to be
健
there
康的下
live
一代
in the
谢谢
venue, make sure
我
you
们请
arrive
周习
early.
伟先
Check
生发
that
言。
one
我
out.
想唱一段
You guys
前
are watching from home.
带
Make
的
sure
一
you
小
set
歌
your。alarm so you're awake in time to see it.
Heading into this attack for the charge, if they get any decent time bank on A, they're going to have a fantastic shot at bringing the series back and turning things around. Will be the Sombra Ana variation.
Extreme spy checking!
Yes.
He doesn't find anything.
He didn't just slip on his mouse there.
Yeah.
So, for the Dragons, they just have to be aware of Happy's positioning. He's really the only one who can burst them down at the moment. There's no Discord orb with this copy either. So it's just about whether Happy gets in there and hits the headshots or not. Nero's trying to open that up for him on the Pharah as we speak, push them into position.
Oh, and that's just going to be a 2-for-1. Nero comes around, gets that double rocket hit. Both supports now gone. And much like we saw from Shanghai, it's seeming like perhaps Guangzhou Charge could just bust right through on the first push, but Shanghai Dragons still going to be looking to force them back. Second tick getting ready to come through. Happy getting up close and personal. Manages to take down Youngjin, but finds Hanfa. Dangerously low, and oh man, the flick shot onto the head. Goes ahead, gets rid of that Zarya. Happy gonna be hacked out. Playing around here on the point, but no one's paying that much attention to him here at the moment. Dragon Strike available. Leap over to the side. Tosses that one straight to the cafe, and Koma's gonna be taken down. Gamsu with a sliver of HP. Tries to peel back, but Hanfa manages to find the kill, and now it's 5 minutes on the clock for Guangzhou to make it just in front of B.
It's a gaping void that I think everyone could feel right now because DM is on the bench. The DPS players of the Charge suddenly empowered, total control of the map. High ground is theirs, damage output insane, coordination between Nero and Happy looks very coordinated in practice. You know, cohesive, I mean to say. But for the Dragons, they just don't have a good way to shut this down right now.
Up here onto the high ground from Gamsu, forces the Charge back. Cart still slowly being brought up by Shu at the moment. This is just Guangzhou trying to create some space. EMP comes down, manages to find 2, Bionate onto 3. Barrage in from Nero, cleans up another 2 here as Koma and Gamsu both get taken down, and this is just looking like a slaughter at the moment. Guangzhou Charge, very slow start in the series, but finding their stride here on Hollywood.
It's really hard to play Diva when there's a Hanzo on the other side, because if you put yourself in position to absorb rockets or barrages, you're going to get blown up and DMX'd so quickly by the Hanzo Storm arrows. There's only so much your defense matrix could absorb. But beyond all that, I feel like Envy has had a pretty lackluster performance on this Diva. Sombra as well this map.
Pile driver in, minefield out from Rio. Nanoed up into the back. Trying to hound down Youngjin here at the moment. Shield Bash greets him as he exits the saloon. EMP now coming through, catches 2 on the side of Guangzhou Charge. The Pharmacy gonna be hacked out, but Happy dumps the Dragon Strike, manages to find Gamsu. He's antied, so very low, but they cannot finish him off. The cart is still gliding forward. Drop down, straight up into their faces again. Happy just playing so aggressively with this Hanzo. He is given free reign. And that is Guangzhou Charge coming up with a win here now on the board, looking for that reverse sweep.
You called it free reign, Nero and Happy, the DPS duo.
继续呢，我们请张亚中先生发言。
最近在网络上看的确非常遗憾，我们很多的支持者还在攻击。我在2个礼拜前我就公开的呼吁，真的是非蓝不投。我相信在座几位各有所长，不管你们心中觉得谁好谁坏，但是他们绝对比蔡英文、比柯文哲来得好。所以我要利用这次最后的一个机会，来向各位所有的蓝军朋友呼吁，支持国民党，我们要做到非蓝不投。
Writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help. This sentence is grammatically correct.
Player, is he projectile player? No, he plays McCree, he plays Doomfist, he plays Brigida. Those are his three main heroes. He has flexibility in other roles, but he does not play Genji, he does not play Widow. And those were the real heroes required to challenge the setup that the Charge had on Hollywood B. And we've seen other teams try to Widow in this meta, and then you see Hacksaw swap over to the Genji, jumps into the air, Dragon Blades, and it's all over, right? When you're missing those heroes, you look kind of lost on Hollywood B. We will have a substitution, surprise, surprise. DM will come back in, but he's coming in for Envy in this case.
So, setting up for, of course, just continued triple DPS action here from the Shanghai Dragons. Of course, Envy, not the greatest map for him. Prior to that, was quite good, but pretty rough around the edges. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at Nero's stats on that Hanzo, and 0 deaths.
0 deaths, tons of burst damage, especially there on the attack of A, where he was able to get to that choke point, and he just obliterated everyone there, with the help of his Pharah, and it just wasn't much of an answer. The Dragons needed more cohesion with their DPS, and we saw what this, what Charge have prepared and what they are capable of, their DPS duo, and trio in some cases. We saw what they are capable of when given, a lack of a Widowmaker player on the other side. It's easy to call out these players and say, wow, Nero had a weak performance on the first map when you're facing off against what many are considered to be, and what we, I think, have to start discussing is the potentially best Widowmaker player in the world right now in DM.
Well, he's back in, and we're moving through to Gibraltar here for, as we said, maybe the last map of this set. Both teams tied up 1-3 in their records. So somebody going to be putting a win on the board for themselves. Guangzhou Charge, hoping that it's them, looking to extend us to a 5th and final map. Try and pull off a reverse sweep would be our second one of the day.
Notice as soon as DM is back in the seat, it's in the driver's seat, the counter Widow is available. Charge just going to put Happy on Zarya. This is a point that's difficult to run, a lot of defensive Widow on versus most teams, but they're just not even going to attempt the Pharah here. No Widow. And the Dragons will, of course, respond.
Oh, ding, hacked. Some very aggressive play comes out from the side of the Charge, but everybody manages to retreat safely. Engine still playing forward. DM will be swapping over onto that Widowmaker. Not looking for the Hanzo action this time, it would seem, and Shu is going to be the first one to fall here on Gibraltar.
Well, this is a pretty rough spot for the Charge in terms of dealing with this Widowmaker. They have the same problems that Shanghai had previously on Hollywood. Look at how far forward Ding is playing, and the cart is rolling. And also, the Charge aren't building ult Charge. Happy's at 20% right now during this moment.
And that's going to be a DMAC on Nero. Pokes his head out, rockets are flying in from Ding, and Youngjin's waiting. Gives him the punch, and that is him out of the mech. So
it's kind of a
really hard to contest here.
It's kind of a lose-lose situation, it really is.
Cart rolling forward, nearly makes its way in. Nano boost down onto Rio. Youngjin dives back through to actually wake him up. It seems like it doesn't matter much Luffy will be taken down, but DM is back and he is clicking heads.
You know, when Monty had that discussion about the Outlaws not running the mirror, this is what it might have looked like had they run DPS there. We'll never know, but this is what's happening in the charge. We can't beat DM in the Widow mirror. We can't beat Ding in the Pharah mirror. We're going to try to run Sombra Goats, and it's also not looking too practiced. They're not looking too great on it yet. Looks like their whole prep has been to try to run the Widow, the Hanzo, the Pharah here versus the Dragons, and they got outclassed. Now they're trying something else, and it is not working.
Yep.
In a parallel universe, you know, a similar situation to that Outlaws situation that everyone remembers so well.
See, just trying to body block, get some extra energy. CM just holds this angle. Poison traps coming in. Hoppa would have loved to have been in the back farming ult right now, but he's unable to do so. Barrage out from Ding will get chewed up by that D Matrix. So good blocks coming through from Nero. Position for that, but Youngjin finds the uppercut on Rio. Now Meteor strike in. Instant sleep, waiting for Youngjin, but now he lands in behind the barrier, steps back up, gets the D-Mech on the Nero. Hoppa's taken down. They managed to find Gamsu, but it's still a 4-for-1 exchange, plus the res there for the Dragons as they steamroll their way through the hangar.
I mean, Youngjin, always known for his Doomfist on this map in particular, when no one else was playing it, and he pulls it out here again. He's got a great, you know, I don't want to say duo partner in Ding because that's most of the damage, but DM also has that extra threat. So it's triple threat of range damage from two sides and burst right in your face with the Doomfist.
Chara, take it down, double body shots coming through. Bomb into the back, unable to find a pick, and DM makes it out safely. Baby Diva gonna get punished, Youngjin making sure that he can't make it back in. Rio now gonna be taken down, and Charge just kind of have to hide inside.
This is, you know, Graviton Surge coming online, they've got the EMP, but I don't know if they're gonna be able to execute it.
Barrage shows him back for a little bit longer. EMP comes in and Ding will get taken down. Hanpa immediately killed off after the EMP gets used. Rio trying to get the kill on the TM. Took him so low, but the sleep dart connects from Luffy. Shuts down that hope and dream, and now he's Koma's even pushing forward, pistoling Rio as he sleeps.
This isn't even fair.
Very rough tidings. The side of the Guangzhou charge, so they look to stabilize. Youngjin makes it out, gets that Meteor Strike, comes his way back down. Everybody able to avoid that one. Grab comes through, Gamsu gonna be alone onto the cart. Rocket Punch comes in, Nero about to be D-mech'd, but Sound Barrier comes in to keep him alive. Meantime, Gamsu does get res back in, the cart continues to inch forward. Ding hacks sliver of HP as DM peels for everybody, takes down Chara, takes down Happy, and the cart will roll through. Shanghai Dragons making it look easy, really. Just a couple moments of stuttering near the end, but otherwise, it felt like the cart really never even stopped.
This is why I mentioned earlier, it feels like a lose-lose situation. You're running a composition that when, in those moments, especially on C, I mean, you've got no chance to beat that Widow positioning with DMs on the high ground. Zarya tries to grab, you saw how little value it had. They had to use every ultimate they could do it. You've got no chance in those situations. And then your coordination is also weak on the Sombra Goats. They clearly weren't preparing to face the Dragons that way, but after getting crushed in the mirror, they decided to swap. And it didn't look clean there either. Only when the Dragons didn't have DM in the lineup and they were left free to run the strategy they prepared, the DPS players on Hollywood there, uncontested, did the Guangzhou Charge look alive in this series. If you want to run Happy on Widow here and you get crushed again, and you lose to DM, you lose to Ding, then, you know, your fans and everyone supporting you is going to say, well, I can't believe they ran the mirror. But if you don't run the mirror, it's, well, I can't believe they think Zarya could beat a Widow here. It's kind of lose-lose situation. They're getting outclassed on both sides.
The only player who's played Doomfist for more than 3 minutes. That's Youngjin.
That was his debut in Contenders Korea, was Doomfist on this map. That was the first time people knew who he was. And you're still playing a lot of Doomfist on this map, more than anyone else.
Well, for now, on the defense, we'll be on the Brigitte, but Ding and DM going to be on that Sombra Widow combo. And for now, Guangzhou Charge looking to match Nero and Chara, looking for the Holt setup. Doesn't happen. Kind of out of tune with that. Swaps will come through, moving back over to their usual picks. Nero going to be back on that Diva again.
This is winnable against Widowmaker. This comp can work. You just have to get the cart into the car wash.
That doesn't help. Hacked out though. Mid grapple is DM, but the rest of the team is there to go ahead and capitalize on the kill. Rio gonna be taken down. Great coordination coming through here.
It's kind of a weird situation there too. Why was Shu poking his head out that angle? Is he trying to flank as Ana? Is he trying to, you know, turn this game around as, you know, damage support? You know, I have serious questions about what's happening here.
I assume it was to try to get the quick flip around the corner to get the sleep dart out, but
it's risky.
Instead, DM is just, you know, he's just quicker on that trigger, so.
It just feels like desperation at an ultimate level here for the charge.
Well, Baxter gets a wall shoot taken down again. Massive Bionade connects onto 3. And pretty much all of them going to be taken down. Hotba escaping with that mech intact. To get the halt pull onto Happy. DM will take his head off for some extra stagger coming through.
Now, I wonder if the charge, now that they're in the same situation that they found themselves in, or the Dragons found themselves in on Hollywood, will swap heroes, because this clearly isn't working. You can't dual DM here either, because here are the attacking Widow. They're not swapping now.
They're trying a different approach, but oh, as the EMP comes in, again, DM, time and time again, just shuts down Shu's approach.
Even better scoped critical at the moment than he had on our first map at 35 at the moment, and 11,000 damage per 10 minutes on the Widowmaker at the moment, so yeah. The charge might want to consider swapping to a more dive-oriented composition, but I don't think they prepared for that, and the hero pools don't match up unless Nero's on a pocket Genji we're not aware of.
Well, Nano in on to Rio as he jumps onto the high ground. Does have that Primal Rage available. He's trying to get rid of DM. Jumps in, Primal now going to get popped for a target, still taking a bit of damage. Manages to find Dink, batting him around. But DM says, okay, you know what? The monkey's off me. I'm just going to go ahead and kill the Brigitte now.
I just wanted to watch a competitive match of Overwatch, Achilles.
Well, instead, we're getting a very nice highlight video.
Shanghai Dragons versus the Fish in the Barrel.
I mean, this entire match, like the maps that DM has been in, it's just a frag video for him.
Yes. I mean, it's not only him, too. There's so much extra pressure on the charge. There you go. DM is feeling it. That is for sure. You can see he's got that itchy scope finger.
Yep. And Bionade through. Several members on the side of the Guangzhou charge have their health bars in shambles. Shu barely getting protected by that defense matrix.
This is a tragedy.
It's a something.
Where are you gonna grab on this one? It's gonna be tough. You're hacked.
Yep, and slept. Nano hit on Rio. Here onto the high ground. Bubble helps protect him for a little bit longer. Chara, one more tag would have finished him off. Unable to find that hit. They take down Dink.
Okay.
That is a boon here for them at least.
Winnable.
But if he can be pushed back, DM eliminated with that infra sight up. Guangzhou charge. Finally in a winnable situation here for this push as they take down Gamsu as well. And with those kills, it seems like the Shanghai Dragon's going to have to concede the first point. DM actually conceding the Widowmaker. We'll be moving over onto the Zarya.
You can't run Widowmaker very well on B of this map against what the Charge are running, especially with Winston, because you don't have a lot of sight lines. He will have an opportunity to swap back to it on C should the Charge get there, and I think there's a real chance they will now that they've taken the momentum away and have an ult advantage. Happy is the second grab now versus DM, who's just now swapped. So they're going to play back here, they're going to play safe, try to take defensive fights at the moment to build those ultimates.
Bionade finds Luffy. Bubbles forward here is Happy. Looks for a setup with that Graviton Surge. Gamsu getting right up into their faces. It's half an Earth Shatter ready to go in a very short amount of time. Dink nearly with the EMP, just playing this one out patiently. Gamsu's dropping down. He's by himself, the stuns come through. They capitalize, just not enough protection here. Young should have been too late to try to arrive and offer him up that armor pack.
They have such a massive ult lead here, and if they can counter the EMP with this upcoming sound barrier, the Charge should be on point to get B with no problems.
EMP's out, manages to find 3, but the sound barrier from Chara is looking good. Ding has to jump back for threat of his own life, and Luffy's going to be taken down. DM Medium energy here, throws in that Graviton Surge. Char gonna disappear now. Happy taken down before he can use a grab of his own. Hoppa with a bomb, unable to find a pick. He hits the ground from the Earth Shatter. Trying to make it back into the mech, trying to find a safe spot to be able to do so, but they're not gonna allow it. We'll be able to take him down and just 3 meters away from the finish here on B. Guangzhou Charge will lose control of the cart.
That's massive. Great grab there by DM. Picking off Happy before he could counter grab is what turned this around. Luffy swaps over to the Ana here, or excuse me, to the Zenyatta here now. He just wants to have that extra Discord damage for these fights. The Transcendent's obviously quite nice as well, but kind of a safer pick here given the range control they have of high ground right now. This is tough for the Charge to even get into position to grab now versus this high ground setup.
Well, Hoppa's in the back coma, just making sure that he cannot glide that cart through. Good split coming in, just means that if the Shanghai Dragons need to, they have to immediately jump back down towards the cart.
They're making a run for it.
And they push their way over, get a meter away. Coma in onto the cart, shield bash taken down. Hoppa finds a kill. Now Gamsu getting juggled around, the grab comes through. Youngjin pulled in as well. Still playing forward, shield raised. Trying to stay up here onto the card. The EMP comes in, catches all 6 members on the side of the charge, and Rio's gonna be the first one to fall. They need a lot more than that if they want to stop this push here. Youngjin gets a bubble, barely managing to stay alive, nearly has a rally up. Char with a sliver of HP, manages to survive. Coma and DM both gonna be taken down, but now the trade's back. No supports available for the Guangzhou Charge, but the cart barely inches in.
$1 million
question. Minute and a half now, back on the clock.
Well, I was gonna say $1 million question. Does Happy swap to Widow here for C? But they lose control of the cart, so he can't. He won't be able to get to that perch on the top right side because they don't have full control over this. They obviously have spawn advantage, but he won't be able to get there easily right now, so he has to stick with this. Zarya could have had an opportunity to turn this on its head with the Widow alone. We're already at a 3-minute deficit, by the way.
EMP comes in, manages to find just Coma and Gamsu. That hat coming through. Shatter gets dropped. They weren't paying attention, but a huge boop goes into the side of Rio. Makes sure that he cannot get that pin, and DM is there to capitalize on top of those kills.
Huge play by
that
Coma.
Front line.
Coma's making sure that that was low impact. And I mean, it's just a cleanup from here. They did bait out the trance in that last fight. They've got another grab coming up here in just a moment.
Sound barrier will be available on Hotba. Is only at 37% for that EMP, so the shielding will stick.
Gotta block the barrier somehow, some way. First, they're gonna have to hit their own sound barrier. Yep. There's the support cam.
You can see right there, hiding inside the hangar.
Ding looking for him though.
There's a hat, drops that one. The beat comes in from around the corner. Shatter coming down. Looking for the hits here. Grab in, now Gamsu going lower and lower, trying to stay alive, and it just cannot do it. Char made us to find a double kill. Clean up here for the Guangzhou Charge, only losing out on a Nero. Nearly a team wipe in their favor. Overtime push coming through, however.
Look at how ult efficient it was. It was a slaughter. And now the Guangzhou Charge opportunity here to finish this map. It's gonna be close. EMP is gonna be how they close it out.
EMP gonna be dumped in, that catches 4. Gamsu DM now taking down the cart, still advancing, no one able to push close enough to try to contest this one. Luffy nearly has that Transcendence, needs it just a tag. Youngjin makes his way over, instantly gets antied. Luffy pops that Transcendence, but it's not gonna last very long. It's just he and Coma against the world. The hack comes in, he can't fade out. The cart will roll through in overtime.
Very close call for the Charge. After what was a disastrous point A, they roll the cart through, take a few critical team fights on B, and what a miracle run it is. They keep the hope alive. It's a sliver, it's a tiny one, but there's still a shot.
4:52 to 1 minute. Let's see what Guangzhou Charge can get done when we come back for OT. And here we go. Shanghai Dragons nearly 5 times the time bank of the Guangzhou Charge after they get that minute bump up here for Gibraltar. Guangzhou, they have to do an immense amount with extremely little.
It seems hopeless, but I implore everyone to remember what they were just able to accomplish with the near overtime take on A, very close call on B, and then a narrow finish on C. Anything is possible. But they've got massive disadvantages, and this is where they struggled most versus DM's Widow.
Exactly, I was going to say, we're back over to point A. DM with the Widowmaker, he's got that range, he's got that verticality coming through. Push up here onto the high ground. Bionade meets 3, and Chara is the first one to fall. Shoot, barely staying alive, about half HP.
Will they change it up, you know? I mean, you've only got 30 seconds left. You're not building the grab. I can tell you that right now.
And, well, hot buff gonna be taken out of the mech. Dink says, you know what? Just gonna leave him. Cool.
Number of bullies are the worst.
Yep, leaves him to his own devices. Rio, bionaded again, just cannot escape, taken down. DM drops over, finds Hotba, finds Happy. Youngjin there for the assist. Rio's got to swap over onto the Wrecking Ball just to try and touch. Pushing his way through, gets booped away. Can they get there? Nero and Chara barely tag in. Chara right now slowly pushing the cart. Seems like they are going to be aware of this, especially now that Hotba has dropped down. It's popped out of the mech, and that'll just be the cleanup. A sliver of HP remaining for the Lucio. They get the kills, and that's as far as it goes. The underpass, Guangzhou charge. Now, looking at the defense of a lifetime if they could pull this off.
You've got to do something crazy here as the Guangzhou charge. I'm talking about Orisa, Symmetra, Torbjorn, or something even crazier. Try to challenge DM on the Widow. Happy pulling it out.
I'm, had a couple moments, but I just don't know if he's going to go for it.
You've got no choice. If they roll out of this point with Zarya, Sombra Goats, I mean, you've put the white flag up at that point. It is not going to work against a 452 time make. You need something crazy. You need some ability to dominate. Happy hasn't locked in his hero yet, but there goes the Zarya. I can't say I have any faith that this will work. If you want to really smash a time bank, you've got to do something better than give them a composition they could easily, as attackers, walk back and mirror, and then hope for one better ult fight on.
Well, looks like Youngjin just getting aboard that Bastion train here. Once again, set up on that cart, and I mean, the crossfire, that'll be coming through arrows from one angle, rockets from above, and then that Bastion just absolutely melting everybody else.
I don't...
Okay, well,
okay. I was going to say, I don't think they're actually going to run that, but they could have had, it been something like a bunker comp setup, but...
I mean, given the amount of time that they have here.
Yes, exactly.
Gamsu going for the Holt, but still going to be sticking through with the Orisa. While Ding scouts forward on that Pharah.
This is all on Shu right now. He's the best person to shut this down. He's the only person who really can. Sleep darts, left
Rio is already going to be eliminated. Luffy comes up with the kill. Seismic slam in, uppercut, Happy. Well, delivered his corpse back to his teammates up there on that high ground. Nero going to be taken down now. Rio again, already feeling the pressure, has to swap over onto the Wrecking Ball, but can anyone tag? No, they cannot. And Shanghai Dragons glide through to victory. 3-1 here in the end as they close out Watch Point Gibraltar.
DM exudes confidence on the Widow, the Hanzo, the Pharah, everything we see him on. And he is just too much for the charge. They will not match him in Widow v Widow. They will not match the Pharah. They will try to run the Zarya and get outclassed anyways. 4 one-sided maps. The map that the Shanghai Dragons lost, were crushed in, was without him. Right now in a matchup like this, you need him. Feels like it's just a straight-up skill mismatch. It's as if 2 characters are at different levels. A level 60 versus a level 40 here. The Dragons were just a bit too mechanically advanced for the charge. The charge were not willing to mirror. And I mean, it goes back to what I said, this is kind of a theoretical possibility as to what could have happened back in that Houston match, when you don't match the mirror because you're getting outclassed, sometimes you just get outclassed anyways.
Well, overall, fantastic performances from the Shanghai Dragons. But guys, we got Danny Lim standing by on the floor with Envy.
Thanks, guys. I got Envy from Shanghai Dragons right here. Congratulations on your victory. Now, this is your first ever victory after joining the Shanghai Dragons. So, Envy, my question is pretty simple. How are you feeling? 이제 상하이 팀으로 이적 이후 엔비 선수의 첫 번째 승리입니다. 소감 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
그때 제가 발리언트 전에 쟁탈 한번 나왔었는데 그때 제가 나와서 잘 못해가지고
그날 진 게 저 때문인 것 같아서 좀 많이 안 좋았는데 오늘 나와서 좀 이겨서 기분 좋은 것 같아요.
The match against Valiant, I got to play once in the control map, the first map, but I feel like we lost to Valiant because I didn't perform as well as I could, so I felt bad. But today, just winning this match means a lot, and it feels good to beat the Guangzhou Charge. Alrighty, I feel like this is pretty important as well. You guys beat the Guangzhou Charge today, but you guys are going against them again in Atlanta. So, Envy, do you have any message for the opponent that you guys just defeated and will probably go again in Atlanta? 오늘 광주 팀을 이긴 했지만은 또 한 번 리매치가 있어요. 아틀란타에서. 광주 팀에게 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
이제 광주가 제가 컨텐더스 있을 때 메타 애들이 좀 많이 소속해 있는 그 팀인데 오늘 좀 쉽게 생각했다가 할리우드에서 실수를 좀 많이 해서 좀 4대 0으로 못 이겼는데 다음에 만나면 더 쉽게 이길 것 같아요.
잠시만요. 메타
벨리움.
메타 벨리움. 거기서 있었던 사람들이 많이 있어서. Alrighty. So the Guangzhou team is really comprised of people that I know in contenders, Metabellium. So just going into the match, I thought that it was going to be easy, but I think sorry guys, let me rephrase that one more time. Okay. So contenders, all Guangzhou Charge. I thought that was going to be easier, but it wasn't. So we could have defeated them 4-0, but we couldn't. So in Atlanta, defeat you 4-0. There you go. Sorry about that, MB. Thank you so much. Congratulations and good luck in Atlanta. Wolfino Kyrgios, back to you.
Thank you very much, Danny. So yeah, going to be looking for a cleaner victory next time out. It would seem I'm looking for already in the top 4.
In top 4, Spark, Dragons, in two completely diverging playstyles. Spark staying mostly with traditional 3-3, a little bit of Sombra goes Dragons, all about the new meta, the Pharah, the Widow. What an exciting playoffs we've got coming up in just a few weeks.
Absolutely, we're still not even settled on all of the teams that can be there. Fusion, Outlaws, still in the running. I mean, Charge and Chengdu still in it. But guys, player of the match presented by Omen by HP. Of course it's going to be DM. The only map they lost was when he was subbed out.
I mean, he just absolutely crushed, maintaining, I believe, throughout the entire match, at least 32% scoped critical accuracy at all times. I mean, it's insane. He just dominated Happy so much on the first map, and then obviously parts of the third, that they were unwilling to. So much better in that matchup that he boomed the Guangzhou Charge out of their ability to play the comps they prepared. Average scope critical hit 29, so that was 3 off there, but insane play on this Widow. Potentially best Widowmaker player in the world. Maybe the playoffs will give us that answer.
I mean, 44 eliminations, 32 of those are final blows of his, so you know how many people he is taking out of the fights single-handedly. A respectable amount of damage done as well as a Widowmaker player. So DM truly one of the greats. But guys, that's it for the day of matches. But of course, as always, we have the Watch Point post-show coming up, so make sure you stay tuned as we break down all of the games.
Official North American partner of the Overwatch League. Toyota, let's go places.
本我不拘于
原始，你怎么有办法适应一只？你知道的，光是一只手就让我够难受了。我也曾经饱受折磨，现在我接受这副身体，寻回内心平静。嗨，哟，嗨。
5、4、3、2、1，第1回合占领目标。
必要的话，我们亲手抢下这个目标。
正义从天而降，
我火力全开，上天，流星坠。
瞧瞧我们的厉害！
化逆境为转机。
加速治疗。延长赛。
来都要去了。笼罩在怀疑的阴影之中。
比数0比1。
具备了获胜的条件。
第2回合占领目标。
长在此，请指教。出这敌人了。我要占领这个目标了。与天地融为一体，你心有旁骛。
治疗你。
我在目标这边，快过来集合！目标，快来！有需要协助。上天！
臣服于我的意志，释放耐力强力补位。
到的错加入我，在这里集合。
先睡一下。
流星坠！
发现敌人。
最大的敌人就是自己。
帮你恢复。
正义从天而降。
送你上天！我火力全开，命运指引我前来此处。
臣服于我的意志。
释放耐力强化。
对决吧！
精彩重播。我强化你了，上手。
BMoJack are the only undefeated team remaining here in Stage 3. But I have to ask,
前往福斯凯亚工业区，做好空袭准备，选择英雄。
本我不拘于行，只做胜利的打算，摒弃所有失败的念头。
距离进攻恢复还有30秒。帮你治疗。抱歉，办不到。5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻。我会支援你，但是别太掉好心。
我火力全开，不，我不需要灭火器。
开始进攻目标 B。
集合，发动特殊攻击。
我正在占领目标，请求支援。最好移动到我的屏障后方。
生命荣枯，循环往复，加入我。最大的敌人就是自己。谁躲在后面？心灵降服，
臣服于我的意志，正义从天而降，你的力量。集合，发动特殊攻击。
让我骑着目标吧，尽快移动，胜利。精彩重播。战斗还没结束。双杀。
They are, yeah, but I think they just need to clean it up. There were just every once in a while there were some pretty crucial individual mistakes, like a wrong grab.
正义从天而降，你的力量。集合，发动特殊攻击。
让我骑着。
They're also a little one-dimensional in terms of how they play. They don't put much thought into the setup before they start fights. They just kind of rush at it, or they just kind of rush through a choke. Whereas a lot of other teams take their time to put people in the best positions. They'll put their D.Va on an off angle. They'll make sure those Zarya's in the best position to vomit out damage. They'll pressure back the enemy team a little bit before they push forwards. Whereas the Boston Uprising just seem to go like YOLO, and they just run at you.
So I think the fusions and the leadership kind of something that's been so good for Boston can also be a little bit of a detriment if they don't think things through or have a real clear structure as to how they play.
Right. Well, hopefully the Boston Uprising figure it out. Of course, they're trying to make that run to this full overall season playoffs, and they're going to need every victory they can if they're going to make that happen. But guys, our last match that we're going to be covering today was a match between the Florida Mayhem and the Hangzhou Spark. Now, a lot of talk about the Hangzhou Spark being one of the top teams. I'm not sure if this match would help them make that case any better, but they did work in this match with the Florida Mayhem for sure.
I can't wait to relive this match.
Yeah, they absolutely destroyed.
即将抵达漓江天塔。准备战斗，选择英雄。
本我不只做胜利的打算，摒弃所有失败的念头。
爱去来了，
看看谁打在后面。
有敌人！
我站我痊愈了。
现在可占领目标。
抱歉，人士前来助阵。
怀疑的阴影之中，
据点是我的，你们快来！
需要协助。和谐同调。
我们还需要你。
我利用本位，一个都别想逃！
我来支援你了。
流星坠，
生巧，
英雄永不消逝。
来对决吧！
微不足道的挫折。
占领那个据点吧。
你的灵魂焦躁不安。 是绝佳的导师。
还不能死。
鲍勃，快点上！帮我！
心祥和。生命荣枯，循环往复。
没有人能逃出我的双眼，
躲得过我的双眼。
送给你喽！
笼罩在怀疑的阴影之中。
好目标攻击！我正在占领目标，快来！
延长赛，这就对了。第一回合胜利。
满招损，千胜益。
比数1比0。
胜负未决。
抱歉了。
小心后面，看我的力法！发现他们了。
回来战斗吧！
我复活了。
我が敵を食らう！来对决吧！
笼罩在怀疑的阴影之中。
倒数计时，
敞开心扉。
把他们轰出来！
心灵祥和。谁都挡不住我！流星坠！優雅我が敵を食らう！
失败。比数1-1。
杰西，你居然还有胆子出现在我面前！
那当然，听说你很想念我，家里还留着我的照片。
没错，印在飞镖板上。
你一定每天都在看那张照片，真是太荣幸。
第3回合，占领目标。
炸弹来了！
心怀祥和。
现在可占领目标。
我不会让你死的。
敌对全灭。
我是段报告。生命永固，循环往复。最大的敌人就是
我的炸弹！躺得厉害！
没有人能逃出我的手里，让我来治疗。我是新雷塔。
传送器
收到。
芭蕉造反。
还不能死。
流星坠。体悟心灵祥和。
鲍勃，快点上！
微不足道的挫折。
小美前来报道，给你们了。
继续战斗吧！
延长赛，英雄永不消逝。
全都出
送
来！
给你。失败。精彩重播。 好防御准备，选择英雄。
本我不拘于形，
我可不会袖手旁观。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
骄兵必败。
帮你治疗。
给我站住！来对决吧！
体悟心灵祥和。
恢复吧。
骄兵必败。
目标已被敌人占领，阻止目标前进。
与天地融为一体。 躁不安。
冻住，不许走！
微不足道的挫折。
炸弹来啦！
我锁定你了。
老伯，快点上！释放耐力强化。
你的灵魂骄傲可爱。
这场面。
给我站！
不知进
加速治疗。升起来吧！没有人能逃出我的生命。
生命荣枯，循环往复。
目标即将抵达终点。起来吧！各位观众，冻住，不许走！
心灵祥和。
我强化你了，上来！天下来对决吧！
漂亮！
放心，我见过伤势比你更糟。
绝招准备就绪。
魂焦躁不安。放之前，
胜利。精彩重播。
对决吧！
Here for time move because he's farming, save the ult. They're following the Rockets. What you want to do in this He's going to have that EMP so much faster though. Drill. Boost and then pop the primal. There goes the drill.
在我面前屈服吧！
On the Mono Boost. The Mono Boost is right here. I'm going to call that from now on. Doing a lot.
集合，发动特殊攻击。
让我一起探索。
我火力全开，命运指引我前来。